Hey there guys, it's Metro and we're back. The stream has started. So now that that's happened, we can play the game and I'll show you guys me doing it. Sound good? Good. See what's out there. I still want to do Rise. Yet to see the Rise changes. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, just I know there's a lot of people confused. Not you, but there's a lot of people out there who don't fully get how it works. EHT, we don't, yeah. Man, I guess we sign up to these thronies. A lot of people complaining yesterday about me pulling the whole hallway in the beginning. So we can go give it a try. Yeah, like Rusty. I said that was totally aimed at Rusty. Yeah, I missed that guy. Carolina, welcome back. Did you see the official notes for Rise? The mini bosses do their abilities less often too. Yeah, I saw that. That's a lot better than initially expected. I really want to get in there. I've yet to get in there. Hopefully we can get in there today. I'm starving to go see it. Lee, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Ooh, look at that Goku icon. Oh, shit. Big fan of Dragon Ball, as you know. Well, maybe you don't, but now you do. From Reload Project as well. What's up, man? Big pulls are fun and crazy. Yeah, so wacky, wild. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a little aggressive, but in my experience, it's something that is probably going to be needed. But yeah, I'm fine. People want to take the old me approach. Old me was just like, yeah, bro, let's just not wipe. Just don't have any deaths. But sadly, that's just not enough anymore. People don't, even if you pull conservatively, people still die, so. Everblack, what's up? That's a very strange way to spell my name, but hello. Dragon Ball is the best. Yeah, it's one of the best things I've ever watched. It's like Sunsets, Dragon Ball, they're kind of tied. Then there's Game of Thrones, Birth of a Child. Like, there's a lot of things. I mean, there's a couple things that are up there, but yeah, no, Dragon Ball's up there. I don't know about that. Birth of the Child is not fun to watch. Kobayashi, or Joey Chestnut eating hot dogs. Like, yeah, there's a lot of. Jason, how do you think this week is for pushing? Sanguine always feels bad, but not sure if it's the worst time-wise. Yeah, no, it's not really the worst. If you handle it well, it obviously does nothing, but I think it's really, really hard to handle it well enough that it does nothing. Probably the hardest affix to do. Like, there's a lot of affixes that you can counter very easily. Sanguine, I don't think, is one of those, you know? I think it's very hard to counter it very well. But, I mean, to me, every week's push week. We're always playing no matter what. These guys are desperate, so they'll probably pick me. They just need a tank with an exclamation point. SLB, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Welcome. Everbloom. Everblom. I went to Bellarmine or whatever, Bellarmeth or whatever. Went to that place the first. Oh, now they need more than a tank. What the hell happened? Anyway, yeah, I went there for the first time. It's awesome. I didn't realize how many like cosmetics there were just like strewn about. It's pretty neat. But unfortunately, there's one that doesn't seem to be there. And there's a bow that's just not where it's supposed to be. And people on Wowhead are saying it's bugged. I got 26 taught yesterday. Crushed it 2. Had like 4 minutes left. Nice. Any tips that you picked up that I could employ? Because I've never been anywhere close to having 4 minutes left. Tank and lust. Well, we don't need that now. Now we just need heals lust. This guy's putting a lot of stuff. Kobayashi is jacked last time I saw him, albeit it was a few years ago. He must have gotten into weights, I guess. Oh, really? That dude was like a legend when we were young. And then all of a sudden that Joey Chestnut just totally dwarfs him. Did first hallway in one pull, second hallway in one pull, and then the first two groups of the big room in one pull. The first two groups of the big room. Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess I could try that. I tried it a couple weeks on Tyrannical though, and people were just getting like cart, like they did not have any hope of surviving that. Skip the first group of the hallway to Azamat. I want to give that a try too. The only, yeah, like I said, the only thing that bothers me about that pull is you end up having, like, if anybody dies at all in that gauntlet area, then it's over. Yeah, prop palling. That may be a big difference. It's tough. There's so many casters, man. But yeah, we'll try that conservative thing people are screaming at me about yesterday, and if it works out, then great. If not, we'll go back to getting more aggressive. Today is the day you time throne. I doubt it, sadly. That's probably the dungeon that's like, you know, the case for Blood DK not being great the most, maybe, huh? Because of how many casters there are that just completely own the group. And honestly, like, Prop Pally would just dominate that first pull. Like, oh my god, it would just be completely trivial with Prop Pally. Because you'd be able to bubble off the stacks if you ended. Obviously, like, I don't think other tanks parry as much. Prop Pally's probably getting hit by that every time, but then you can just bubble. Just like use your CDs and then bubble off the bleed in the stacks. Is Blood DK still BIS tier? Nah, they're like, I don't even. Let's take a look at what the stats are looking like. I haven't looked at it in a while. Although now they made a bunch of changes, so it might not be as relevant, but we can still take a look. No, wow, they're down below bear now? What? That doesn't make any sense. Probably just, I think it's also because the week just started, so Europe just got it. It's not really great either, but... Spliff, welcome back. How's it going? Okay. Well, we're in a group at least. Resto Shaman A tier? Yeah, I don't. Let's just... Guess we'll wait a couple days. That's just from yesterday, basically. And only for US, because obviously nobody else had it. So we'll wait a bit. You like playing with Resto Shamans? Yeah, actually, I was looking at it this morning. They're actually our highest, like, they're our best stat-wise right now. It's pretty interesting. Hey, Max, what's up, buddy? Have you finally beaten that cold? Oh, yeah, I'd say I'm pretty much already now. So, yeah, in terms of upgrade, we have 40% impact rate from Resto Shaman. Now, we only have 16, but that's actually a lot. I don't feel like we have that, but so that's a real lot. Like, yeah, that's our highest by a mile. Like, it's 15+% higher than the average. And then in terms of disband impact rate, it's only 40% as well. So it's actually second lowest. What does impact rate mean? I don't fully know, to be honest, but it's meant to be like you compare all of these numbers and you can tell which one was the best. When I put this together in Shadowlands, some guy came forward to help me with all the statistical stuff and setting this all up. But from what I understand, it's basically you just compare, like, these numbers are all just basically a measure of reference. And so the one with the highest is the best and the one with the lowest is the worst in this case. So, like, for example, a Holy Priest is the least effective at upgrading keys when you have a Holy Priest. And in terms of disbanding keys, Mistweaver Monk is the highest. So that's actually pretty wild. 45 Mistweavers. I guess what... It's actually... okay, well, maybe it's even. Let's see the actual representation. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought there'd be way more Disc Priests and Mistweavers. We actually have seen a ton. All right. Anyway, I found myself looking for Resto Shamans nowadays, kind of like Metro and Holy Pally. Yeah. No, Holy Pally's the one that calls to me the most, but the stats aren't representing too much. I mean, they're above average, but not like it was in the past. Trunks, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I just recently found you, and I love the content. Sweet. What was it that you? What was the first thing that you found and brought it here? I always love hearing that. The video recapping all the pug levers. Oh yeah, I guess that's a common one. Then, sweet man, well, welcome. Hate to see it, but it is enjoyable to watch. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I publish it. Obviously, it sucks, but it's funny. There's a lot of funny around in the game nowadays, so you can't laugh, then you're gonna cry. That's the way I always put it.
Outsiders. The temple belongs to my master now.
You've got an iron mental, that's for sure. I've seen it all, man. I mean, it's just like I said, it's impossible to not. Like Azralan Hunter needs a summon. I've seen it all. Time to go feed the hungry T-Rex. Yeah, it's starving, bro. I haven't played this game in a while, but the react video to your spreadsheet that Yummy TV did found its way into my feed, and now I found my way here. Oh, that's awesome, man. That's a great story. Yeah, that's yeah, I'm really happy that he enjoyed the content and that he did that video. Obviously, it was very good for everybody, so I think he said he was interested in maybe doing more. I don't really know what he's up to in terms of his content strategy, but yeah, great guy. Bliss, how the hell are you? Welcome. I'm really tempted to reinstall. Oh yeah? Well, cool, man. Now's the best time to play WoW ever, if you ask me. Especially with the expansion on its way. My day started amazing. Well, that's awesome. How's that lunch treating you? Equally good? Or maybe you're not there yet. It's only 11:58. Dreading next season if it is really going to be all Dragonflight dungeons. Oh, why? I bet you'll be surprised if it's because you feel like Season 1's dungeons were kind of overtuned or something like that. Yeah, there's plenty of opportunity for them to tune them again, so I wouldn't worry about that. Lunch is basic. Chicken strips and chips. Oh, again. That's funny. What are the fixes? We have Incorporeal Sanguine. Fortified Incorporeal Sanguine.
5,
Alright, here we go.
4, 3, 2.
Fair.
1.
Well, it's... You're right, it is fair. Sometimes life is not fair. Two Pallies, GG. Yeah, that's it. Thanks anyway, League Party. Good game. Didn't even get in combat. It was a good game, though. I'm looking forward to the return of the Algathar tree pull. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of really fun dungeons in Season 1, to be honest, so... I would like to see it again. Runs are tough today. Had 2 breakdowns already. Oh, yeah. I did get barbecue sauce today instead of catsup. Here's the catsup thing again. Trying to add variety, yeah. It's a good idea. I found your channel since the spreadsheet of every dungeon lever got into my feed. I love the content and the dedication. Well, Quenon, thank you very much for saying that, my friend. I guess there's one thing that we are definitely, and it is dedicated. Season 1 was 3 months, though, and they couldn't balance it then. What makes you think they could balance it now? Is it not the same dungeons? I mean, I don't know what you're even bringing up. Not sure what you mean by that, but... Would you say this season is balanced? My point with my comment was that things will not be the same as they were back then. It's quite impressive, and due to the work done, it gives nice point of view with stats about what the fuck is going on. Yeah. That's the thing I'm most proud about, is being able to document all these stats. There's a lot more going on in Mythic Plus than people realize, especially in the Pug world, so it's nice to have it to back up the conversations. Kind of looks like you're sitting in a barbershop with a white barber clothes over you. Yeah, I just put a little bit of a long sleeve shirt on today, although I don't know why I did, because I forgot how warm it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be in the 40s, and it's just supposed to get warmer now for the next few days. That guy's bopped. He don't care. I should have shadow melted. I forgot. I just had the most frustrating key lever experience last week. I started a rise, and the mage got channeled by the snake, and it took too long to kick, so he procced his cheat death and then immediately left. Oh man. Well, those are the ones that you want to record and send to me, so next time you find that, you can take solace in knowing that you can send it in, and we could have maybe a laugh, maybe a breakdown, depending on the situation. I'd say this season is more balanced. Atal is so free. There you go. So good chance that whatever season 4 is follows that trend, don't you think? My first season. I'm gonna have to run here. It's my first season getting the 20s, and with my pug experience, it definitely did ring a bell. Yeah, the universal truth of pugging, I guess, is out there no matter what. We all have the same issues, just depending on how you deal with them. What's your favorite dungeon this season? I try not to have a favorite, just because they're so, you need to do all of them. But, yeah, not good for your brain if you're picking a favorite and then you're going to be skipping other ones. You like taught the most? Oh, really? There's none that I dislike either. I can say that with confidence. If somebody asked me what's my least favorite, I would still answer it that way. But regardless, it is true. I don't have one that I dislike this season. Which is very good, because in the past there has been some really bad ones. I know it wouldn't work, but it would be cool to have all the dungeons that were played in Dragonflight. Oh, you mean like... It's a lot. That would be a lot. There's a mob. Mob's just so far away. How are you not getting feared? Yeah, AMS and Deathborn and Lichborn. I'd love to see Stratholm. Oh yeah. Hopefully they won't ever do classic ones. I don't think that would be a good investment of their time when there's so many good Mythic Plus dungeons already out there. A lot of death for a pretty common pack. Yeah, unfortunately it's a little unlucky. I should probably be a little bit more cautious about how I pull that. Oftentimes I pull it so fast that the people who are the first ones there just all get hit instantly, and there's like 2 people who aren't there kind of thing, and those guys just don't get hit at all, And then in that case 2 guys died, and then there was only 2 targets for the next, you know what I mean? So then targeted 1 person and he died. What the hell is that? Not sure I have a favorite, but Ta is by far my least favorite. Bad timer, hard trash. First boss has every ability, one-shots on high keys, and can't be creative with route. Oh yeah. Yeah, the routing in there is definitely the worst part of it, no doubt, but I actually like a dungeon like that. It makes it... means there's less variables for me as the healer, or as the tank. I hope there are some old dungeons that people don't know where they are and just wander around. That was fucking hilarious with Uldaman. That mage goes to Silver Moon. That was so funny, dude. Seems like you not only have to pull the mobs, but you also have to pull the group. Yeah, unfortunately, when you're tanking in a Mythic Plus Pug scenario, you oftentimes have to outthink the actual group, not just the content. Well, that was very slow. It's the slowest I've ever seen that pet go. Don't know if it matters though. Really dislike seeing Tot. But after doing it a bunch, I ended up liking it. Oh yeah. It's really not that bad of a dungeon. There's just obviously big Cataclysm level flaws in the dungeon that they should have not considered part of Mythic Plus, like the whole gauntlet thing. That is a terrible feature of any Mythic Plus and overly punishing and Fortified Week. But as you see, both Cataclysm dungeons are severely lacking in route options, and that's, you know, good evidence in my eyes to not continue with Cataclysm dungeons. There's very few that would actually be route available. The only one I really say that may be a good dungeon from Cataclysm would be Tolvir. But all the other ones are super linear and super annoying trash. Like, it's funny because I think a lot of people don't remember, but like Cataclysm dungeons were famed for how difficult they were. And so they're bringing a lot of the, like, you know, it's not the tuning necessarily, it was more the mechanical density of the trash and the bosses. And they're bringing a good portion of that through in the Mythic Plus versions, and then we have these strange outlier dungeons, and everybody's surprised by it. So I don't know, to me it was obvious. One was always going to be one of the worst dungeons. Surprisingly, it's not the worst. That may be a bigger indictment on how they fucked up Rise, but still. Grimba Toll on Catalaunch was a clusterfuck. Tolvir would be a good idea. Yeah, that would be like the only one that would be like remotely, I would say it's like already in good shape kind of thing. Grimba, no, we read that. Did you get lucky this vault? No, not only did I get unlucky, but I ended up fucking myself by making a bad decision with the vault. So I got absolutely nothing. How are you doing today? I'm doing great, buddy. What's up? How's it going? Welcome. Drone feels better to play compared to Vortex. It's definitely better than Vortex, yeah. Vortex probably the worst one they could have did. Although again, Grimba Toll, I just don't know how they would even do it with the dragons. But did you like Halls of Atonement? Yeah, that's gonna go down as probably like top 5 ever. Maybe I'll make a video on this at some point. People constantly ask me what my favorite dungeons are. I think maybe it'd be a good idea to make one and post. Once the seasons are over, it might be a funny topic. You guys want to use your interrupts? Guess they're all saving them. It's always weird when we got like 3 interrupts and just casts are just going out without anybody picking them. What you saving it for? Ah, we're left there. That's gonna hurt. Is the bone shield buff noticeable? I would not say so now. Halls of Atonement was so good. And Mist of Turn of Scythe too. I liked all the Shadowlands dungeons a lot. Throne was the only one that I didn't love. Shadowlands Dungeon Pool was definitely my favorite of the ones that had only dungeons from that expansion. I think even if you compare them to the Dragonflight Heat though, I think I would still say Shadowlands #1 for me. There. Leave or rip. Doesn't want to upgrade to free 25. I don't blame him. Success is boring. That ain't gonna work. Hey, Mr. Rager Gaming, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I thought Sanguine Depths was terrible. Yeah, I could see why. I mean, it wasn't. I don't know. I like the dungeons that are just straight line kind of dungeons. I don't dislike that. Hey, Metro, Season 4 Dragonflight will be my first Mythic Plus grind, and I was wondering how raid loot slot works in vaults. Same as normal, yeah. Just from. Well, actually, it might be like the collective of all the raid bosses, even if the raid isn't available that week. I don't remember, to be honest. I did raid, but not. Yeah, by that point, raiding was over for me. Grixon, what's up, buddy? Welcome. All right, down the league. How you been, Grixon? What are you up to, man? How's everything? Glad to see you again. Last time you were here was in the middle of a very now famous key. It's funny. It's from the bosses you've killed at any point. So, like, even if the raid wasn't active, yeah. My only issue with Sanguine Depths is just how the ceiling and camera issues are low. Yeah, okay. Sanguine and narrow corridors isn't the best. Yeah, no doubt. Sanguine is just a terrible fix, though, right? That's just part of it. They even nerfed it because of Sanguine Depths. If you remember, in BFA like beta, they were like, I think there was some kind of quip about it on the post. Funny how Sanguine is in that dungeon's name. Well, that's, yeah. That's because of the name of the dungeon and the theme of the dungeon more than the affix, obviously, but... Okay, let's clarify that further. Healing was way more fun in Shadowlands too. Oh, really? Why is that? I hope they bring Sanguine Depths or Halls of Atonement back next expansion. I enjoyed those dungeons. Yeah, maybe they will. How much fun is having a Frost Mage in your group on Sanguine? Doesn't impact it at all. The mobs barely move as it is. Like, I don't care if they're slowed or not. What did the Pally whisper? Nothing. I whispered him, but he didn't reply. I miss Sanguine Depths, but I really liked Halls of Atonement. Yeah, that was my favorite one, no doubt, from Shadowlands. Alright, what else? Oh, there we go, Rise. Come on, Rise. Invite me. Also sign up to this, though. Even though it's got a Resto Druid. Alright, Throne. Throne with Resto Druid, not going to be very good, but we'll see how it goes. Halls was so good, not long, fun trash, and every boss had fun mechanics, so yeah. Not sure I would agree with that. Really, the first and third boss were just nothing, but... Honestly, I admire your positivity, Metro. That Holy Pally leaving was completely unnecessary. Well, I appreciate you saying that, yeah. Obviously, we're trying to take a stand on the whole leaving thing, so... Trying to help in any way we can. That guy leaving was silly, honestly. Had plenty of time to upgrade that key still. All the hard trash was literally over. Like, that was it. Just kill that pack and it's done. Halls was like, the better you tank, the faster that key goes. It was a great skill check. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of fun multi-pulling that you can do in that dungeon, too, because of the way all the mobs were wandering around a bit. I want Motherload in a future season. Yeah, that would be my number one. That would be my number one want for a future season. Although I definitely would want to see it in, like, a long season. I hope it won't be in a season 4 type thing where it's only going to be a few weeks. I love that dungeon. I love to do it. Hey, Datmiran, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Sorry, I misplayed. Which, who, what, you're in the key, you mean? What was that? Who are you? They might give Toll to Gore. Yeah, that's gonna be really bad if they do, but we'll see. Maybe they'll fix it up. I would have said the same thing about Grimbatol. In fact, I would have said Grimbatol is even worse than Toll to Gore. Wait, Grimbatol. Why did I say that? What I meant to say was Grimrail Depot. I'm strange, but I want King's Rest back too. Yeah, most people would probably not agree with you, but I have heard a lot of people say it recently. Sean, what's up? Welcome. I'd rather King's Rest than Toll de Gore. Well, yeah, me too. King's Rest is fine. They need to fix the fort trash. The big problem is the... well, for most people, like I said, I don't really mind this too much. I kind of like this, but the big problem is how linear the dungeon is. Now, my issue with it from BFA was it was super linear, and there was way too much count in the dungeon. So it was actually really just unfair. But yeah, the Shadow of Zul was the mob that everybody's going to remember very vividly. Insanely overpowered trash mob. And it purely did magic damage. 100% magic damage. Screw that. I hate King's Rest. I never want to do Zul again. Yeah. Again, they could tune that guy. But also, Gitiku, Cut of Death. I just don't like how those linear dungeons without an easy run back like Hov or King's Rest. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, King's Rest was really bad in terms of the run back, too. If you wiped, you were pretty much fucked. Is the stream quiet today, or is it on my end? No change on my end, so probably on your end, yeah. Mist of Turn Scythe was good, too. Wouldn't mind doing that one again. I love Mist. That is one of my favorite ones, no doubt. Gitiku, I still have a 55 warrior with 2 Gitikus. It was a solid weapon. I have to admit, I would be disappointed if I had to replace my legendary weapon for a Gitiku. King's Rest was much more tolerable with the upside down affix. Upside down affix, what does that mean? Surely we'll be able to upgrade the legendary for season 4. I would expect yes. But we don't even know, like, we don't know for sure what they're even doing yet, so you never know. I think a neat idea would be cutting out segments of raids and making them into Mythic Plus dungeons. That would be interesting. That would actually be very cool. The portals between of fixed bosses. Oh, wait, why did you call it upside down affix? I have no idea what that means. You're talking about, Season 4's affix, yeah. Shrouded, right? No, that was Season 4 of Shadowlands. What was that one called? I'm sure you guys will tell me. When it comes to Mist, I'd rather they go the Waycrest route and open up the paths. The maze is what the gauntlet is in Dodie, and it can be a bit punishing. Not really, no, unfortunately, because that's where all the trash is. There was already people pulling all the trash in the maze to potentially skip stuff at the end, so that would really break the game at that point. Awakened, yeah, that was the name of it. Welcome back, Lazarus. What's up, buddy? Welcome back. It was a Stranger Things reference. What things were strange? I don't get it. There you go. People would pull through walls in the maze to skip more at the end, yeah. Alright, so yet another healer who wants me to take a super conservative. And a DPS who disagrees. I guess in Rise for the 2 dragons after the maze, I guess hunters can send their pets through the wall and pull trash back up to them. Oh, that would be very useful. Yeah, that'd be useful. Although it's pretty dangerous, but... What's that spear mog? It is Captain Lancer's weapon, Dragonbane Lance. We will see the way this unfolds, because we already have 2 people arguing about what happened yesterday. They can't Faxi, but there is a trinket which does this. Titles make a video on it. Oh yeah. I think they already fixed that, didn't they? I saw people talking about that trinket and then it was in the hotfix the next day. Trinket got fixed, yep. Well, I was up all night with the baby, then up early to get the older one to school, so it's time for a nap. Alright, see, man, I'm glad to see you always. Hey, how them keys going? Des Moines with somebody, same as always. As far as the hallway goes, time is tight, but I think with Sanguine and Casters, it will be faster to split it this week, won't it? Don't really understand that comment, but... Tyran Week. It's the wrong name there. Now that's an interesting idea. Is that enough count? What? It's not even full count. Oh. I was gonna say, if we actually skip that, that'd be really good. Hi, what your template? What do you mean? That's not an interesting add-on today that emulates some of the stats of your spreadsheet. Does it actually keep the spans though? Because I downloaded it, I think it was in season 2 when I downloaded it, it didn't seem like it. Backseating 25 pug keys is so weirdly enjoyable.
5, 4,
Why is that?
3, 2, 1.
Alright, here we go. So we're going to do a much more conservative pull because people constantly complain about it. So let's see how this goes. It should be obviously 10 times easier to survive. Still managed to lose a cheat death. That's pretty wild. That doesn't really matter because this guy wants us to do conservative pulls the whole way, so we don't need cheat deaths. They're just for fun. Now we gotta fight 3 mobs on their own. It's called Alter Ego. Oh, that's not the name of the add-on that I remember. But do you know the answer to the question, or did you not hear it maybe? I don't believe it does, yeah, so that's just less functional than what we have now then. I prefer conservative runs, less risk, and it'll get the job done most of the time. Yeah, my experience, it will not in this dungeon, but we'll find out. See how long this is taking? That's pretty ridiculous. Like, I just added like a minute plus to the dungeon doing it that way. And we still ended up having somebody die anyway. Two people die. Shaman also doing 100k in AoE. Depends for me who is taking the risk. If I can save by time by taking more risk on myself, I like it. If I'm making the pull much more difficult for everyone else, not so much. Yeah, it's a tough thing to balance, right? Because like obviously if I pulled the entire dungeon and I was able to survive it, that'd be great. But if others have no shot of surviving it, then it'd be terrible, you know? But at the same time, it's really hard to judge that because you do the dungeon the same way every time, and some people complain sometimes, and other people say you did too little, you know what I mean? It's like, oh man, how do you win? This dungeon, you gotta pull a lot, and you gotta pull fast. Yeah, so we'll see what the truth of it is. This guy's asking about being slow, so you're demanding we're slow. Crushing depth is insane at this level, no doubt. It's gonna be insane whether we pull it with 1 mob or 10 mobs, though. The hard part of that mob is definitely a tank mechanic. Crushing depths doesn't get any harder if you pull lots of mobs, but if I pull that plus other lots of mobs, then yeah, it's gonna be really, really hard. I don't think the healer wanted to heal the shaman. Third boss in this dungeon seems very overtuned. Oh yeah. Well, I want to try like not killing the totem. Flame shot goes crazy. Oh, that side of it. Yeah, obviously I've never done anything with tank it, but it does look like it's a pretty hard fight for everybody. If the healer doesn't dispel flame shock, it kills the DPS in 2 ticks. Well, yeah, obviously you're meant to dispel it. They really need to fix scaling on some of these abilities. Oh yeah. Don't know if it's scaling. I think what you guys are experiencing is that you're in a higher key on average than you would be given the tuning of the season in the past. This is pretty, like, I feel like it's pretty normal. Just like the timer of a 25 is so much looser than the timer of a 25 in, say, Season 2. Well, that's maybe not a great example because of the way they nerfed it, but say the beginning of Season 2, that you are able to push higher quicker, and now you're running into these walls that, like, top groups always end up running into and complaining about. At the start, you can dispel every flame shock, but then they start to get faster. Oh, really? I didn't actually know that. You have to start healing through 1 before your dispel is up. Oh, they did not know that. That's interesting. Well, that's why the guy earlier said you gotta have a warlock then. That's interesting. Kind of like the last boss in Temple of Jade Serpent. Oh yeah. Yeah, another Warlock dungeon for sure. The tankier classes, I can just heal them through it. Oh yeah. Guess we'll just try to do this again. No, it didn't work.
3, 2, 1. Beware.
This room just, it's just like, yeah, this dungeon is probably never going to get above 24 for me. Generally, you can dispel the first 3. DPS have to use defensives if it stays on them. Oh yeah. There we go. Damn, that fell apart. Yep. I also save all my healing totems for the back half of the fight when Flame Shock is at its worst. Honestly, I can't stand people who throw in the towel in the earliest possible moments. Yeah, it's just so fucking annoying. I don't know why people like that even play the game. Like, I really don't. If you're gonna give up that quickly and not even at least try, it's like, why'd you sign up? Why bother? Are you searching for the perfect run every time you play? Yeah, they just don't even, like, they're not there to struggle, really, is the thing. They're only there to potentially maybe get lucky and succeed. Is that not how you spell his name? It's got a W. I strive for 0 deaths as a healer, but I'm never the first to leave if it doesn't go that way. I mean, obviously, yeah. Ideally, you'd want to have 0 deaths, right? But that ain't gonna happen. I don't know when the last time we had 0 deaths was. Do you have a column about the first lever? Yeah, that's what we just put the stuff in there. Wait, did I even... Yeah, I did, okay. Maybe I missed the one sheet. Okay, I really want to see Rise. We can do any dungeon today, it'd be that. Everbloom, no. Alright, Rise. Very nice. Yeah, that column is not about the first lever or anything like that. It's just about like why the group disbanded. To try to collect the data on that too. A lot of people mistake it for why the key didn't upgrade, but that's not what it is. There's 3 types of keys. There's an upgrade, a key that's finished, that's not upgrade, so that's called a completion, and then a key that's not finished, and that would be the disbands, and that's what we're tracking on that spreadsheet. There's a difference between a key that is completed and not in time versus one that is not completed. Have you ever ran into one of the guys who left the previous key? Oh, absolutely, all the time. We've seen many of them many times. I watch your videos, but it's the first live stream. I really can appreciate how you have your sheets broken down. Well, that's awesome, man. Thanks for saying that. If you have any questions, let me know. Can you show your talents? Yes. It's weird in the keys I'm doing now. I feel like I'm constantly seeing a lot of the same people. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you are. The pool is dwindling, no doubt about that. My 26th run was a 2-minute key. Tank thought in a pug it was a good idea to skip the first packs and then fight the Ravager with 2 packs and Bloodlust. That's pretty... I mean, I don't know if I would ever try that, but... You probably answered this a million times, but for a new player, what is the best way to prepare for Mythic? Mythic what, raid? I don't raid, so I have no idea. If you're talking about Mythic Plus, just go get it, go get it. Go get after it. Nothing you need to worry about. Go do keys until you did them all, and things you don't understand, try to learn from. That's why I always recommend recording the runs too. If you do choose to record the runs and you run into any funny runs, send them to me, but even if you don't, just, yeah, definitely record the runs, and then if you don't understand why you died or what happened, you can look back at the footage and hopefully understand it again. And yeah, I agree with Zen gets in there. In Mythic Plus, there's too many variables to watch a video and learn all of them. You're going to have to go and try and fail and learn from the failures. Honestly, I kind of vibe with the pull Ravager with Lust experiments. You mean you like the idea? I don't dislike the idea, it's just that's super different than what seems like you would do. Learn the mechanics on easier level dungeons and don't go straight to 20. Unfortunately, that's probably not going to happen. Like, the keys are so easy that you won't really learn the things that are going to kill you until you start getting into keys where they will kill you. There's a lot of people who just straight up, you know, like the boss just dies and they're not really sure what they even did to kill the boss, you know? Following like add-ons and stuff and just kind of blindly doing mechanics and doing them just well enough. But then when just well enough isn't good enough, shit hits the fan, as they say. I like the idea. In practice, I don't think it's going to go well, but hey. I always like a strategy that's creative, but unfortunately in that dungeon, there's not a lot of room for it. 100% if you have the DPS and gear, then there are no mechanics below 20. Yeah. Wouldn't go that far, but obviously the stuff that kills you in a 25 is not going to really exist in a 20. So. What do you think the punishment should be for leaving keys? I don't think punishment is the right way to approach it. I would rather them just flip the incentives on their head. Right now, people leave keys because they feel like they're only interested in getting score. You need to change that. You need to make them more interested in finishing keys than getting score. And that's going to be hard to do, but I've outlined how I think best to handle that many times now, so very doable. Just going to take some work and some retraining on these guys. Something else that really helps if you're just starting Mythic Plus is get a good weak ore package for the dungeon. Yeah, but it may be difficult to identify what you need from weak ores if you don't know the dungeons yet, I feel like, but not a single key upgrade this week. Pushing 25s is being painful. Oh yeah. If you mean for me, yeah, I mean, we haven't really had any success yet this week, but we're only one day in. Sadly, we're probably just gonna, this is probably where we'll end the season. We might get to 3.3, but doesn't look like anything higher than 25 is going to be realistic for us. Unless something wildly changes again, like in the middle of season 2. Hope to get all the keys to 25. That shouldn't be hard. Like, especially the tyrannical ones. Like, I really don't feel like we should have that many 24s still. But outside of like Fall, Black Rook, that's really it. I don't like those are probably very easy to get 26 done. But after that, it's like people can't survive anything. Like, it's like everything you do is just, people are just getting farmed. I meant for me, but it looks like we're on the same boat. Yeah, so far for me as well. They should get a 24-hour desert debuff. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to do that. Because who gets to decide who the actual guy who should get the debuff is, right? It's a lot of, yeah, there'd be a lot of work to make a debuff. And I don't think it's worth Blizzard's time, honestly. Why did you start playing the tank role and how did you learn it? I started playing it because my friends didn't have a tank and they wanted to do challenge modes in Mythic Plus. And I kind of fell in love with it at that point, so I kind of learned it like trial by fire. We've got a couple 27s in the back for sure. I mean, we'd have to get invited to them. Unfortunately, I don't really get invited to keys more than one above my progression level. Historically. Hey Neo, what's up? Welcome. There could be a vote abandon option. Yeah, and so there could be, but like I said, it would require a lot of work because Blizzard would have to create a solo queue system. They would have to create a system where there's rules about forming the groups before you form it. And right now that is not in the game, obviously, so it'd be a lot of work. I'd rather use a different approach to solve this problem if it was me. The resources would be infinitely easier for Blizzard to handle, and it would be a lot more like what we have right now, so people wouldn't be as confused as they may be if you put a solo queue system in. Plus, very likely if they did do a solo queue system, you would need to change how keystones work from the ground up. Metro, have you considered making a regular viewer high-level key group to push? Yes. You guys are all welcome to sign up or invite me to keys if you want, but sadly nobody ever really does, so. I get that you guys say you would, but nobody ever does, so. I'm not stopping you.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Couldn't get into any group the whole day. I've been listing for 5 hours and only got invited in keys that I've completed.
Beware.
Well, you can always do your own key, obviously. Yeah, I think a lot of the viewers are EU, and then, yeah, like a lot of other people are at work and stuff. That's why it was always pugging for me, because I play mostly at hours where other people are busy. And then even when I didn't have a job or any responsibilities, I didn't like playing stressful content at night because I always had trouble sleeping as it is, so I'd always do the hard content that I wanted to do in the day, and then after dinner I'd just always chill and do like transmog farming or something. For you to push higher, you'd probably need comms. I don't know about that. Plenty of people even in here who have pugged higher than I am right now. Don't necessarily need comms. Just need people to be able to survive the mechanics. Which I get is not easy this season. Maybe someday EU and NA players are going to play together. I doubt it, honestly. It's basically like two different video games, right? Like how would it work with the EU and the US being different resets days? They're basically not the same game, unfortunately. Oh. Stunned yard. Well, so far these mobs don't seem to be dying significantly faster. You're streaming in very friendly EU times. Yeah, I've heard that. I had 26 Rise, tried to do it, tank pulled Maiden and Protector, and chained the third mini-boss after, and it was a deplete. That's my experience every time I do my own key. Well, chaining the... You're talking about the Sentinel? I don't know about that part, but yeah. I had tried that in the past, and it's a very good strategy if you're worried about the timer. Because the Sentinel, or I don't know who's who, but the female character actually damages all the trash. Next season 2, some of EU will have different tier sets. Whoa, really? I thought it was a global. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Holy shit. The real take is that NA is beta testing for EU. I see. First time I pugged a tot with trash up for the second boss and it went well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I tried that early in the season and it didn't seem to go well. Especially with Sanguine, I can't see myself doing it, but... I hadn't even realized that, Faxi. That's pretty wild. It was a regional vote. Yeah, I just assumed that the results were going to be pooled. I thought it was regional vote just because of the way the forums work. But I figured it was all pooling the results into one collective thing.
Stop what is infinite. Feel the horrors yet to pass.
I feel like there isn't a lot of mechanics this season, to be honest. Dungeon pool seems pretty easy. Oh, yeah. What key levels you doing?
Behold your annihilation.
22 to 25? That's a pretty big range.
My blows are infinite.
The results were pooled. It's going to be the same for everyone. That's what I thought, but...
Behold your annihilation. Infinites grant me strength.
Have you heard that Blizzard excluded Russian players from buying The War Within? I heard people talk about it, but I don't have any first-hand experience with it.
I will protect.
Alright, so this shield being smaller should be like the biggest change on the first half of the dungeon, if you ask me.
Greatest fears realized. My blows are infinite. Beware. Annihilation is inevitable. Beware. Divided, you fall.
Doing an awful job of baiting this mechanic. PKs don't take knockbacks. If I use Death's Advance knockback, I'm knockback immune, so yeah.
Infinites grant me strength. An infinite vision guides me.
What are we defining as easier? Is it just because you're doing 2-3 key levels higher than you did in Season 2? I guess that's not aimed at me. Fall has the most mechanics. And none are truly hard IMO. Ronin is just mainly overtuned. That's a weird comment to me. So you're having like no problem upgrading every key you do, is that what you're saying? Well, that 14-hour advantage is big cope though. EU reset is 6 a.m. EU time. 14 US servers go down around 7 to 9 p.m. EU time. So it's more like 10ish hours, which quickly gets diminished by splits done all day for 3 days. I think it was just a joke, but yeah. Big cope, I agree.
Beware. Our vision shall come to pass. Beware.
See, if everybody actually focuses that one down, then this this mechanic only happens for the dragon, which is pretty nice. You cut a lot of damage out of the fight.
Beware. 3, 2, 1. Beware.
I like that new. Is that Death Chakram or whatever? I like that.
Beware. Beware.
So Spliff counters that point with saying, imagine doing an 800-mile race and your opponent gets a 60-second head start. I assume you agree that it's not an important difference, right? I don't know what that kind of race is or how it works, but what happened there? That did not hit me out. Oh, I guess I got hit behind there, yeah. Hugged to 3376 till now, and for basically 5 days I couldn't get any upgrades anymore. I think it's the end of the season for me. Last week has been brutal and took all my energy. Oh yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds like a break, definitely. Half a mile. So not very long, I guess, is that what you're saying? So he's actually saying it's a big difference then, is that right? And so if so, then I would totally disagree with that, because the difference in your analogy, the reason the analogy is incorrect is because this race gets harder as you go. The first 60 seconds of the race are just taking one step, basically, and then the last 60 seconds are jumping across the building.
The timeways are ours.
Does the person who gets the head start have to deal with speed bumps and hurdles? Yeah, exactly. What is an add-on that puts NPC chatter above the NPCs? It's called immersion.
Beware. Beware.
I use immersion, thanks. Oh, cool. Is that not, you're saying that's not the right add-on, or?
Beware.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what question, what specifically you're asking in that question, but.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
I meant if it does, I didn't know I had that functionality. You might be thinking that the like /say thing is something like an add-on, because it's clear, it's got a clear background, but it's not an add-on. That's just a texture replacement for the background of the text box, making it clear. I'm pretty sure that's in my UI video if you want to get that as a feature. So what did they change in here? I know they made a big change in here. I will check it out. Sweet, yeah, that's probably what you're thinking of then. The Rift Mages, I think they nerfed them, right? So let me be clear. Turns invisible. Funny. Clever. No sanguine at all in here, I guess? Guess I didn't realize that. Going to Morchi first. No. I hate doing Morchi. Yeah. She hates you doing her too, based on that fucking attitude. Karen Morchi, more like it. Morchi is a sweet gal. She's just misunderstood. She's going through a phase, yeah. Oh, that's too dangerous.
There's no way I can get us back to the past like this.
Low heavy on the eyeliner. Yeah, I've heard people say that before. Had a healer complain because I didn't go to Morchi first. Oh, really? I've literally never done anything with this, so I don't know. Oh, we missed like every mob in the dungeon. Too busy thinking about the changes.
When time gets rewritten, things get messy here. Be ready for anything.
Order doesn't matter at all. I mean, it matters a little bit. Because which one you want to bloodlust on? I feel like RP and Mythic Plus is stupid. Maybe that's just me, though. You never answered my previous question. It matters in pugs. If you do something unexpected, people mongo on the wrong portal. Yeah, actually, good point, to be honest. Oh, we didn't need this one. Fuck. Oh well. Put that timer to the test. First time we're going over counting here in a long time. Bonus percent, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's not really, but... Not really wasted that much time. That was only like probably 20 seconds or something. If I timed every key, I feel like if I did, I would be a known player. I'm just saying the dungeon pool doesn't have a lot of risky mechanics. And then I think everybody on the planet but you is going to disagree with that. If it didn't have a lot of challenging mechanics, then keys would not even be remotely challenging, right? Maybe you just worded what you said wrong, but obviously there's tons of mechanics, and that's what makes keys hard, is because people don't really learn them very well when they're pushing up to higher keys, and then when they get into higher keys, the things that they didn't learn very well start destroying them. I think like there's like this weird like commonality about the word mechanic as well that people kind of just throw out. Give me an example. I mean, look at the dungeon, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Have you watched what's going on in here? Anyway, yeah, there's like this weird commonality with the word mechanic where they think like there's like different definitions of what that word means to everybody, I think. Obviously, like, those bombs spawning, that's a mechanic, right? Like, every single thing that happens in the game could be looked at that way. I suppose this season is easier than last. The season is not really easier than last. It's just the timers. The danger of the keys is still very present, and obviously you see, by watching the stream, there's lots of deaths and danger constantly. Pug DPS are just scared of anything that is more complex than rolling their face on the keyboard. I don't know about scared, but unable to process, perhaps. I want to hear an actual example instead of look at the dungeon. No, you gave the point and you have no example, so why would I give you an example? The example is literally unfolding as we do the key, man. I don't know what you're even talking about. If you I don't even know what we're talking about here. You said there's no difficult mechanics in Mythic Plus. Okay, if that's true, then why don't we upgrade every key we do? This season has vastly more grievous mechanics that are part of the dungeon, like DHT. Oh yeah. I agree. Season isn't safer or easier. Just most dungeons outside of Tot and Rise and maybe DHT have such lenient timers that mistakes aren't punishing. Yep. That's the real tricker. I don't think maybe, especially a guy like Noose doesn't fully realize that. Like, it's just the timers that make the season so easy. And, you know, that's what makes it so fun for a lot of people, too, so I get that. Doesn't that count as it being easier? Easier to upgrade, yeah, but not easier to live in, which is what he was talking about. DHT was easy back in Legion 2. It's just a dungeon... It's just the dungeon, it's kick, dispel, and that's it. Yeah, you're right, you don't have to do any of the bosses, I agree. Yeah, DHT is like the dungeon with the least kicking and dispelling in the whole season. Lenient timers are cool. There is still a difficulty check that has to be passed. Yep. This is definitely one of the hardest, the easiest fortified seasons, especially on the other hand. This is one of the hardest seasons for Tyrannical on the other hand. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, like I said, it's all the timers. Trash is super easy, and you know, the timer makes that even more so at times. Is this your first rise post nerf? Yes. 3100. Oh boy. Probably shouldn't have said that out loud. Just stick with Lion like everybody else. Playing the season for 3 weeks. Well, you should definitely consider... I don't know what just happened there. You should definitely consider holding off your opinions until you have a little bit more experience then.
Show them your strength. 3, 2, 1.
Played a few keys on the alt mage with a few buddies of mine. Fire does so much damage when people play around you. Oh yeah.
Conquer this world.
Ever wanted to live the dad life? What does that mean? Well, like get a 9-to-5 job or something? No. Rip key. Who ripped it? Did he get a paper cut? The incorporeal went off. Oh, is that what happened? That makes sense. I was wondering why I just died there. I mean, what did you even just die to? I think the skill level of the average WoW player has just dropped drastically. Has it? I thought you've only been playing for 3 weeks. How do you know that? This season, read the comments. No, I read it. I'm just trolling you. I mean, Blood DK since Legion. Getcha. I said DHT was easy in Legion. It wasn't easy in Legion either. That was one of the harder dungeons because the last boss and the first boss were just straight up one-shot people if they didn't bait properly. Which you inaccurately pointed out was not part of the difficulty, so... That's why we were laughing at you before when you said interrupts and dispels, because that's not even remotely what's challenging about that dungeon. I mean, I'm not even sure what dispels exist in the dungeon, but certainly interrupts. There's hardly anything. Last boss one-shotting people with 5 million HP. Yes, correct. It's one of the hardest bosses. There's a couple dungeon bosses in that expansion that just straight up would one-shot you if you didn't have major defensive plan for each mechanic. The first boss too, they basically had in Legion, you'd pretty much have to have somebody like bait the leap every single time, otherwise it would just kill you.
Beware.
We're not talking about tanks though, either way, obviously. Talking about the whole group. Do we not lust the first polar? Average DPS HP was 2 million. I don't really remember that number, but it doesn't really matter what the numbers was. It's about how much damage we took, and it was a lot. It seems like a late lust. Yeah, I'm confused why, but whatever.
Beware.
I feel like you didn't play in Legion if you didn't think DHC one-shot you. You couldn't even do the last boss without defensive legendaries. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not much to discuss there. Plus just came off CD, really. Oh, right. Yeah, because we lost on the dragons, of course. Yeah, forget it.
We still have one anomaly to go. Let's head to the other side.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait. Now we're gonna be really overcount. Okard is kind of scary on Tyrannical weeks for me. I don't know if that's normal. I gotta jump the breath and higher keys. Yeah. There's a good example of a mechanic. Why did they grab that? The guy just got too close. And they're quitting, yep. Pally pulls trash and leaves. Was it him? I don't think it was him, was it? Let's find out who it was. Pretty sure it was the demon hunter. It was the Pally, really? He died first, but that's because he's dead. And like, I don't think that's relevant. Pretty sure it was the demon hunter. Let's take a look. See, the hunter walks forward. Is that the paladin? Yeah, that's the paladin. You guys are right. The demon hunter was scuffling about, but he ends up moving back. I can't tank the big stick guy in Waycrest Manor. The second boss, he melts my heart, my health, if I don't time my cooldowns right on 25 Tyrannical. Oh, really? I didn't think there was any mechanics. Nah, but that fight's pretty tough, but yeah, it's only physical damage, so just gotta rotate through them and you'll be alright. Speaking of Waycrest, that is not the dungeon. Rise, 25. Disband. That's why Shadow Meld is so good for accidents like that. Yeah, sadly. As a tank, we pretty much never get to use it. Okay, Monk, Demon Hunter, Paladin, Hunter. I want here for the first part. Did the first area feel any better? No, not really. How did you guys disband? There's no mechanics. I mean, to be honest, that would be an example for his point. Somebody just walked into trash. I do generally agree that the population has not gotten actually more skilled. It's pretty sad. But that is not typically what I would say is the reason that people struggle. Okay. Metro, how you doing today? What's up, buddy? Welcome. I think it has improved year over year. No, couldn't disagree with couldn't agree with that. That's for sure. Feels like the community has gotten way worse and way less skilled over the years. But I think, you know, sounds maybe arrogant or something, but like I think that's because I've gotten so much better since I first started recording all this stuff. You know, like in Legion, especially on Blood DK, I was quite novice. Like I didn't fully understand everything that I can do, and by now it's like, you know, I've learned so much about the class and the way I tank that now it feels like the rest of the community hasn't been able to keep up. How was your vault? Not good. I fucked up pretty bad on it too, so I ended up getting nothing. There will be an upgraded key today. I feel it in my left nut. I can't get the cheat death trinket to drop at all. Yeah, we had to go target farm it. It wasn't fun, but I wouldn't say it has gotten worse. I feel like it has gotten more anti-social and way less patient. That's definitely, I mean, that's, yeah, we have the actual stats to back that up at least, but I certainly do think it's gotten worse. Like, I don't feel like somebody would have fucking walked into trash like 10 years ago. Like, that's pretty silly. I mean, I don't know. How OP is Dwarf Stone Skin for mechanics? It's still very powerful, it seems, yeah. Is that Everbloom? Can't tell, nobody's at dungeon yet. I think that was Everbloom, I'm pretty sure. I think the average skill just sort of stays the same. It's only a small pool of players that really improve. I would say that, yeah. I would agree with that. The community isn't actually improving, it's just staying the same, and Dungeons are getting more and more mechanics. Like every new dungeon that gets added has more complexity to it than the last slew of dungeons. The mages in Everbloom skipped Nerf Day. Clever. Finally caught your live stream. What's up, Unito? I have no idea how you'd say that, but welcome. Been watching lots of your videos lately. Sweet man. What are some of the things you've enjoyed the most? 900 subs to go until 30K. Oh, really? I didn't realize. I haven't looked at sub count in a long time. On the other hand, if we're worried about subs, I actually have a second channel that I've been doing leveling challenges on. Fun, chill content. If you're interested in just exploring World of Warcraft with me, that would be a good place to do it. And I am desperately in need of subscribers on that channel. Unfortunately, YouTube requires 1,000 subs to be partnered. So if you are willing to do a little favor for me, I would greatly appreciate you subbing to that channel. Even if you don't plan on watching the content there, just because I need to get that number. Followed? Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you doing that. I stay for the no-nonsense attitude. We certainly have that to our detriment at times, maybe, but I think it's because there's so much going on, it's easier to make stupid mistakes. People are just overwhelmed. Yep, that's what I was saying. I totally agree with that. What's the name of the channel? I just linked it. Did you see it? The name of the channel is Metro's Wild Leveling Challenges, though. I have 23 as Vengeance and timed it with 5 minutes left, but the leader was toxic, and after we finished, I said GG, thank you, all, and he kicked me. It's hard to find normal players in this game. Yeah, unfortunately, the other thing that's changed over the years is the average player age has gone down, I feel like. I think that's a lot of why you see so many weird comments and weird like behaviors. These kids are just young and inexperienced at life. They're not really ready for the challenges that the content's giving them. Do you think the game also allows players to be less skilled with this many levels of keys? Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. In the past, like, there was only mythic rating, you know what I mean? Like, there wasn't fucking normal and heroic and LFR and all this bullshit. So if you wanted to beat the raid, you had to do it on the hardest difficulty that Blizzard offered. Now, obviously, looking back at those times, that difficulty is not hard compared to what we have now. But it gave players something to strive for and something to work towards. Whereas now you can just be like, I'm just going to do heroic and not even try mythic. You know, like that wasn't an option back then. So you're unfortunately much more likely to run into those types. Remember, if you're doing 23 keys, you're in the top 10% of the player base. It's probably higher than that, right? 10%.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Way higher, I'd say. True, I work as a Dota 2 team manager, and holy shit, the up-and-coming pro players lack some serious human communication skills. Yeah, that's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. I feel like it's the internet. I feel like anybody who actually grew up with the internet from a super young age, like it was there the whole time, is just really not. They're just super compromised socially and emotionally as well, honestly. Only 8% of the people even do 20s, so really.
Run away, little girl. Run away, little girl.
Gonna have another AMS for this pack. They need to be caveman to be the best. I get it. But it's insane how much social skills they lack. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about other games, but all I could see is like very impatient and immature attitudes in this game very often. And those things very heavily like they do not favor somebody who is doing very hard content. It means they're likely to overreact and underplay and let their emotions beat them more than the content. Which is definitely a volatile combo when you're doing very difficult timed content like this. I never played WoW till Dragonflight. It's kind of shocking how much of the WoW population never encountered difficult content. Oh, really? You mean like they just level characters and that's it or something? That's the good thing about WoW. It's an MMORPG, which I've not played a lot of them, but obviously it's meant to be like a world, you know what I mean? Like, just like in the real life, like not everybody's doctors and lawyers and shit. Like, you can enjoy your life and be a worker at a fucking grocery store, and that's fine, you know? Is that a Devastation Evoker? Oh, wow, yeah, you're right. I didn't even catch that. I'm just happy to see that Red is using Freedom. That's why I brought it up before the key to make sure. Because this one we definitely needed this week. Last week not a huge deal, but this week definitely. Hey bro, I want to get back to WoW. Played last time for Survival Hunter in Shadowlands. He was good at Mythic Plus keys. What's your advice for Dragonflight? From what should I start? I'm not 100% sure what you're asking, to be honest, but my advice is always going to be the same. Just play what you enjoy and explore the game at your own pace. Don't burn yourself out by doing things that other people try to tell you to do, especially when it comes to class picks. They're like, I've never been at anything above a 15. Diverse enough content for everybody. Yep. Well, unfortunately, a lot of the people in that boat are actually just scared. Like, they have phobias of these social interactions causing them great discomfort, you know? That's close.
3, 2, 1.
Not close enough, I guess. I'm just gonna change the route. Play what you want, play the class you vibe with, everything else will come naturally. Nice. Pugging is hell when you're not playing meta though, so play what you like. It's truly depending on what content you intend to play. If you're trying to pug like 27s as a DPS, I would agree with you, but otherwise, yeah, you're good to just do whatever you like, and you can just do your own key more and stuff if you're not getting invited. It's not a big deal. Alright, well there goes, I really need to not die here, but I don't think there's any way to do that without these guys. I mostly reach 15 and 16 just to get Keystone Master. Getcha.
2, 1.
Nauru Fortified sounds fun. It's almost, I mean, it's halfway dead by now. Harder than the actual boss. It probably is, to be honest, yeah. What I don't get is the high score players joining low keys and shitting on those players. Those people are just like insecure about their own selves, really. And they're unable to find joy in things that should bring them joy, so they just go around bashing on other people to make themselves feel better about themselves. Pretty common psychology. Can't Nauru just be skipped? Yes, obviously. Hey Matt, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Glad to see you again.
No, we will awaken.
That mob had the same name as the first boss in Amirjasil. Really?
3.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, we talked about this. It's actually him, isn't it? Didn't we talk about this a couple weeks ago? It's the same guy. Yeah, it's actually the same guy. Things are good here. Thanks. Glad to hear that, man. I guess we can just skip all these flowers now. It's actually like Not the worst thing that's happened this week.
We are all doomed.
Funny how he carried from WOD over to now. He's a resilient motherfucker, man. It's because everybody skips him. Like, he's not even getting killed, like, ever, so.
3, 2, 1.
Not dying is a pretty good thing for one's longevity. Yes, I would agree. If that's the actual lore reason, that would be hilarious. No, it's not. In WOD, I don't even know. Like, did he... I don't even know. Like, was he even there in WOD? I don't really remember. My 10-year-old daughter unlocked Zandalari Trolls last night. Was so stoked. Whoa, that's awesome. Damn, that's like the fucking dream right there, dude. I wish I had that same situation going on. That'd be so cool to be able to play with your kids. Unless they play Resto Druid, I guess. But yeah, other than that. He died in a Mirror Cell? Yeah, but we're talking about before the season started. Just don't let your kid become Og, and it's all good. Honestly, I would like my kid to become Og. Good for the ego, you know, good for the success.
1.
You want to build them up at a young age. Feels like Og mains are enjoying their life. Yeah, exactly. If it was like something else, they'd probably get burned out pretty quick. What's the battle res monitor? ORA2. Would not recommend it, to be honest. It's a pretty old school add-on, but I'm sure there's better options out there. I'm sure there's like weak ores, but what's up with shitting on Og? What do you mean? It's a do nothing spec, and we joke about it a lot. How many players playing it just get carried to their success. There's a weak ore that tracks it. Yeah, I'm sure.
3, 2, 1.
I'm a good dad. I'm teaching them how to tank. That's awesome. Og is miserable. Oh, really? That's why it was my alt. Yep. Sadly, a lot of people are probably in that boat. I mean, I played it and enjoyed it too. It was actually quite fun. It's actually more fun than I thought it was going to be. Hog rotation is boring. See, I disagree with that. I actually think it's a lot less boring than I thought it was going to be. DPS evoker. Yeah, I see that. It's cool. It's actually a lot less boring than I thought it was going to be. Like, managing those buffs is like, it's a lot to track considering how the output is not very impressive. You know what I mean? Hog is fun. I would agree. I like the Og rotation. It's like a mini game. Yeah, it's exactly why I liked it so much. And since there's no like dramatic pressure, if you mess it up, it doesn't feel like you're like, I'm sure like specs like Arcane and Fire Mage probably feel that way too, you know? But if you mess those things up, you're fucking garbage. My main healer and 25s are starting to be very stressful, and holy shit, Og is big chilling. Well, like a little ice cube, you mean? Are you also teaching them to blame the rest of the group like a true WoW player? No, he says teaching them to tank, so the opposite. Alright, we're going back to the original route here since people keep aggroing this shit. Plus now I have no idea what to do for count. After playing, that guy gives like a massive amount of count, I'm pretty sure. Og lowers any key level by 3. Oh, really? Yeah, not in my experience. 3 is definitely absurd. That's totally not true. Sometimes it's easier to survive with one, but unfortunately they do such bad DPS and seem to use their utility very poorly at times, so it makes it not really feel like a good pick. Naru would be 8%. Yeah, that's something. That's a lot. Healing feels rewarding, but Og feels rewarding and easy as fuck. Yeah, no doubt. I do feel like Ogs are acting like Havoc did in BFA though. I remember Havoc going berserk on you in Shrine of the Storm when it was a 3-button spec. Yeah, that's just the DPS entitlement you see all the time. Ogs don't do enough damage anymore. I don't like to play with them. They make the keys go slower. Yep. That is my experience as well. Og is easy. A good Og is much more difficult. Yeah, but the problem is there's no like way to determine the good and bad. It's very hard to see on the fly. What is that red disadvance? I just changed the icon. It's still disadvance. 36, 50 Ogs aren't the right ones. I'd be doing 31s with one, you're saying? What do you mean? Og lowers key by 3 is BS. People just heard it say somewhere and they parrot it. I don't know who would say that. Somebody very confused. I experienced the same with Disc Priest. Bad discs make it feel like you get no healing. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty much the same way with them as well. First rule of tanking is leave if there's a full group wipe, rinse and repeat. And then yell at the other people, yeah. Dot 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 needs to be part of the vocabulary. Yeah, make sure you teach her all the right vernacular as well. That lay on hands, you see that guy? Wait, I don't even know, but I'm doing disc and it feels really good to play it well. Oh, cool. Unfortunately, we don't see that very often in keys, but just such a detriment having only 4 interrupts at times that they really have to work really hard to impress me. Although sometimes the tank does ask me, do you have any heals? Weird thing to ask. Best way to tell a good Og is if they actually use their breath when the other DPS use their CDs. And that's really hard to, like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta meticulously stare at when every single DPS uses their CDs. Compared to, like, okay, this guy did good damage. He's top damage right now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even have to think about it. I know exactly what's happening before it happens. Hey, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How's it going, man? Another day in paradise? Oh, sweet. That's awesome to hear that. Okay, we do have both cheat deaths up. This pack usually ends up killing me. But it's going pretty well. Armor buff definitely helped on this pack like this. What, you don't like the VODs of every DPS who join your key? I mean, I do track everyone's CDs in the group. Right, but I'm saying at a glance. If you're doing a dangerous pack, like, I can't be, like, looking to see when the guys use their CDs in the middle of a dangerous pack, you know? My point was, literally at a glance, I could see that somebody did good damage, whereas Og, you have to dig a lot deeper. It's not really hard to assume when CDs will be popped, though. We're just talking about the visuality of it all. Okay, wow, we're gonna survive that with no deaths. That's pretty cool. I need this next boss explained to me. I just don't get what you're supposed to do. Interrupt as much as possible and drag the guy from the guy to the kill target. Yeah, are you gonna drink or what? What are you doing? No, I mean it's the same concept for PI. I'm not really sure what side of the argument you're on anymore, but we were just saying that like it's hard to tell a good AUG from a bad AUG because digging is required, you know. Whereas it'd be easy to tell a good devastation evoker from a bad one because we can just glance down at the DPS chart. Feels like confirmation bias. If you always play with experienced groups, it's GG easy. If you pug mid to upper, it's hit or miss. Gotcha. I would say that's not really an argument. If they rip the breath for uptime, they're just bad. It's like pressing PI just because. Gotcha. Well, anyway, that's what we were talking about now. Moving very briskly through here, though, even though at Nara we're dead. That makes me worry, though, that maybe we don't have count for some reason. Tried your Libra video the other day. Very good points. Thank you for saying that, man. I appreciate that. Oh, interrupted in the black there. Shit. That's a big mistake, but I don't think it really matters. You have plenty of count. The last trash area is 23 to 27. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure. I've never fought that guy before, so no idea what needed to change for that to work.
3, 2, 1.
Just need no big major mistakes up here, and I think we have a good shot at it. Yeah, 13 minutes after this boss. That's really good. That might be our best split through this area ever. This is timed. As long as we don't have any major calamities here, then yes, I agree with that. Just gonna pull. Just gonna pull casually through here to make sure
3,
we don't have any major deaths. G'day, sir. What's up, buddy? Welcome. It's always nice to see Devastation Evoker. I do agree, actually. Yeah. Oh, good knock. Fortunately, slap hands. Good effort, though. That's great to see that effort. Yeah, move on.
Beware. Beware.
3, 2, 1.
How do you survive the 3 big mobs before the 3rd boss? I have no idea, but to be honest, this healer has handled all the challenges of the dungeon very well so far. We also have a very bulky comp. Like, this is up there with the most bulky you could possibly have. Oh, he's doing another one. That was not smart on my end. Fuck, I thought he'd be dead before he did it. I'm gonna just battle res that guy at this point.
3, 2,
We got 3.
1.
See, everyone is helping with healing. Yeah, especially the paladin, and that is so crucial, man. It helps so much. Played Guardian Druid for 2 weeks, hit 3k, but you have convinced me to go back to Blood DK. Sweet, man. That's awesome. you have any questions, let me know. Another nice knock, man. That guy's playing the game. Playing Devastation is like a power move right now, man. I feel like you really know what you're doing if you're doing that. You're taking agency in your own success. The red is a really good player. He's probably laughing at the insane rep buffs. Well, yeah, if you mean like just how he's performed in the key, I totally agree. I thought you meant he was going to be like a fucking really high score player too, but... Now, it's interesting because this guy's actually a healer. We lost here. Curious decision, but yo, with 10 minutes plus, not a bad choice. It's really not. Should have probably did it a little bit sooner, but still really good. These guys are like making very smart decisions. It's really good to see this.
Beware.
Gotta interrupt that, and healer gonna go down? No, does not. Very. Gotta get Power Blast though. Paladin, maybe? Paladin? Okay. Love it. 10 minutes. Good mode. Isn't this the biggest, this pack the biggest difficulty? Pretty much, yeah.
Beware.
I was initially suspect of it because then I thought that meant we wouldn't have lust for the last boss. But I guess technically we will still have it, so I don't know.
No, you can't. It's
Nice pull man as well, very nice.
Ollie, the vine.
Alright, we do know that this fight's harder on fortified though, so we'll see how it plays out.
Burn away the contagion.
Good start. I prefer inviting non-conventional classes. I get the feeling people know how to play the classes if they're committed to it. Yes, I do agree with that sentiment. As long as the, you know, utility and comp is proper, I would agree with that concept. Taking a Devastation Evoker at this point is, that's a, you know, somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing and why they're doing it. Take the easy way out. They had the option and they chose not to, which is really cool. What makes you say this fight is harder on Fort? I don't have any logs to prove it, but yeah, there's been a lot of people corroborating that this fire mechanic hits harder on Fort than it does on Tyrannical. Every time I pull this boss, I find myself having to beg people to pop defenses on pull. Yeah, it's really tough. Gonna rewatch the end of this key when I return. Alright, see, man. Non-conventional class players know they have to earn their spot, so that makes it easier to time. Yeah, I would agree with that too, yeah. Honestly though, I don't really feel like there's any great imbalance this season. Even Death Knight is like, we play with them and they're fine, like it's not really that big of a deal. I think it probably hurts more on Fortified because people go into it with the mentality that it's Fortified. No, I'm talking about like actual, you can just see like how much damage people are taking, you know? I would assume it's harder on Fort because of the pack you pull before the boss takes a lot of defensive CPs. Yeah, well, maybe you guys are right, I don't know. Don't have any numbers behind that conversation, so we'll have to just agree to disagree there, I guess. But there was a lot of people saying that they have checked it out and it is that way, although again, no proof.
Beware.
It's not uncommon. Maybe you guys aren't like aware of that or something, but like it's not uncommon that bosses scale with Fortified. It's not unheard of. The annoying part of the boss is the Cinderbolt Storm. It does more damage to one player each time, but there's no way to know which player. Yeah, that's the reason the fight's so hard.
Beware.
Thorns from Waycrest are scaling out Fort early in the season. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not uncommon. It happens. But don't dismiss it just because it sounds ridiculous. Well, we have absolutely plenty of time here for this last boss. I actually feel bad if my favorite class becomes meta. Oh yeah, I don't like it either, to be honest, but it's very good for my channel, so like if everybody plays Blood DK, then that means everybody's watching other people play Blood DK, so it's good from the business side of things. But yeah, if it was up to me as a WoW player, I would rather Blood DK be the worst pick out there. I don't want to be getting invited to keys because people think I'm like something that I'm not.
The portal is lost. We must stop this beast before it can escape.
Alright, 6 minutes. Let's see it.
We've got its attention.
No less than pretty much the whole fight, so we'll see. Now white to add puddle. What do you mean by that? You mean the green swirly? Had people die to that before, but we have 2 battle reses, so they'd have to do it a lot.
Beware.
People in NA recognize you. Yeah, definitely. I've been recognized a lot recently. I don't know. I've been streaming Mythic Plus for a long time now, 6 years. And I've never been recognized more than I have been this season. Must feel kind of bizarre. I'm really grateful for it, honestly. It's a good feeling. It means that I'm, you know, succeeding and making an impact. People have watched the videos and they've also heard the message, and if they've heard the message, then they probably have begun thinking about it, at least to some degree. Even if they're thinking about it and dismissing it, at least they're thinking about it.
We are lost. It's pushing us back.
Great mentality to have. Thanks for saying that. That ad died really quick. That's really nice.
The little ones.
I didn't even have to heal during it.
Beware. Beware.
3, 2, 1.
The vines are overtaking everything.
Beware.
That's nice, man. That thing's dying nice and quick. See, that's the other thing that sucks about AUG. Any type of priority burn is very unreliable with an AUG. But when you have 3 good DPS switching to it, you know for sure that it's going to be maximized. This boss has way too much HP for fortified, is it? It's only 2.5 minutes so far, I don't know. It looks like it has a lot of HP, but don't forget you do 300% more damage during the main phase.
2, 1.
Really, probably the ads that maybe have too much HP, if anything. First time I recognized you was from Yummy 1 or 2 years ago. That's awesome. Yeah, that was at the end of Shadowlands. I'm very grateful for that too. That dude's awesome. He made a big impact on me and the channel, and I'll be forever grateful.
It's reviving the little ones.
Yeah, that time, not as easy. But it's still gonna die, no problem. Just not really challenging the healer, I feel like. He's not even low mana. No issues at all here. Takes forever? Not really, as you see. 3.5 minute fight. That's without Bloodlust, so. Silencing that guy from 2 weeks ago talking about the length of the fight. 3 minutes and 53 seconds without Bloodlust. This group was excellent. You guys should run the 26, yeah. That was a very good group, I agree. Only 3 points. Yeah, oh right. We fucking upgraded that key while pulling that mini boss. That's insane. Evoker blasting. That's kind of weird because he was doing really good. It's so hard to see with this boss. It inflates the numbers so heavily. He's doing really good on the trash, but yeah, maybe the bosses are really bad or something. Anyway, 25 Everbloom upgraded. Hooray. Oh, that guy's got Fall 26. That'd be nice with these guys. Evoker, Paladin, Yeah, Warlock. Told you, yeah, you were right. Disc Priest don't use mana, to be honest. Oh god, tell that to some of the guys we play with. That guy go AFK or something like that. Our Evoker's not very good, or was it just that guy's performance on the last boss? I think the last boss really weighs you down. If you don't go crazy on that boss, your DPS is going to be way lower than everyone else's, because that's like, I feel like it's got to be... Yeah. Look, it's 18% of the guy's damage, right? So, yeah. Obviously, that's like, yeah, that's a huge amount of the damage right there. Almost 20% of these guys' damage is just one boss. It's higher than the Dread Petals, which we fought hundreds of. Okay. Unfortunately, we're not going on then, I guess. That was the weak link. Yeah, but that was the key holder. Alright, but yeah, we finally got an upgrade. Now we just need throne. Need those same guys to get a throne. Evoker should be fine on that boss since their main CDs last so long. Oh yeah. Their tier set makes them not the greatest in keys. Giga damage every 2 minutes, but outside that, no damage. Really? Well, based on the numbers, obviously he did awful, but I would say he did really well, so... Every time I looked, he was doing really well. Okay, yet again another throne without a fifth interrupt, unfortunately, but we're just throwing attempts at this dungeon at this point, so we'll see what it looks like. I just like ask guys at this point because I really don't even care. Oops. Forget it, that guy's gone. It's nice to see an upgrade, yep. Throne is insane to time. I timed at 25 with 30 seconds left and our damage wasn't bad and we had no full wipes. Yeah, it's pretty tight. It's just that middle room, man. It's so fucking awkward to pull. Sometimes you're sitting there for like 15, 20 seconds waiting for the pats. More priests need to play the 15-second CDR on Fear. It's basically a pseudo kick, and with the benefits of AoE, I'd say 30-second CD timer makes it fine. It's a good, it's probably a really good talent, yeah, because they don't have any other disruption at all, right? I guess Holy has a stun, but that's it. Have you played other tanks, or are you fully committed to Blood DK? I haven't played any other tanks this season, no. But in the past, I did play a lot of other tanks. In the past, I used to be like, my goal on YouTube was to play all 6 tanks and provide commentaries on all 6, but it really burned me out because to play all 6 means you have to play all 6. So it'd be like, all right, well, I enjoy Blood DK, Prot Pally, Vengeance, blah, 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 but I hate fucking Prot Warrior. But I have to play it equally, and it was not sustainable. Throwing up the tight. Was it his key, maybe? I don't know whose key was. No, I guess it's the rogue. Paladin, that would really go from a Disc Priest to a Paladin. That would solve a lot of our problems. I find it interesting looking at Warcraft logs. Tot is the only Mythic Plus to not have a 30 completed. Oh, really? That's interesting. I would love to see you play the class that you hate playing with the most. Why? That would not be very fun for me, and it would probably not be a very good stream. What, you don't like Guardian? Well, I actually do like Guardian. Was one of the ones I always did enjoy because it was very easy to play. You just hop on and just pretend that you're a tank, you know? Is that a female Kultiran? It reminds me of my ex. Yeah. I should play fire. I can see why he broke up. Have you seen the huge rise nerfs? Yes. It's just an odd design for the tier. They wanted to make them less reliant on mastery and dragon rage. Wait, no, it's a dwarf. It's a dwarf. Anyway, they wanted to make them less reliant on mastery and dragon rage, then gave them a tier set that boosts what they changed. And dragon rage is tough because it only does 40 damage, right? No matter what. It's good at the very beginning, but at the end it's awful. We've seen this guy's name a lot, Nunya. But again, unfortunately, we got a Dispriest. See how it goes. That last guy really did play very well. Why don't you like Dispriest? The big issue is no interrupt. And this dungeon is like, yeah. If we had like seriously good interrupts, we can do some really aggressive pulling. Considering we don't even have 5 people with interrupts, it's like, I don't know if we can, man. The music is eerie here. Oh, yeah. Very cataclysmy, I feel like. If I heard this track out of a bunch of songs, I would immediately know what expansion it was from. Those main issues is usually, Throne's main issue is usually the third boss. I definitely would not agree with that, but... Okay, the guy asked the question, then went offline. Sweet. Priests don't have silence? Nope. They have no access at all to any interrupt. They do have a fear, I guess, but it's not very good. Oh, okay, I guess we're going with the guy offline.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can't. Oh, okay, I guess we are going. I was gonna say. What's up? Yeah, no, don't worry about the conversation we just had. Can't wait for Cata Classic so I can wipe this place on 2 different versions of the game. It's funny. Okay. Just need a parry. Makes everything a lot better. Didn't get it. Oh, we did get... No, we didn't get it. Surviving, though, a little bit. These bleeds gotta fall off, and they do. Everybody else is alive, at least. Just kidding. As soon as I said that, somebody died. Fire Mage, not the worst DPS in the group for once. And there goes Purgatory. So yeah, really bad. And we're dead. Cool. Did the healer die too? I think so. Honestly, this pull would be great if you were a dwarf and could stone skin the dot. Possibly, but I just don't, like, there's just so much going on, I barely recognize, like, when the dot's in the danger zone anyway. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Gio, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. What's going on here? Well, I guess we didn't full wipe to it, so it's not the end of the world. They literally just have to add 1 to 2 minutes on the timer. I don't know why they wouldn't, because they believe it's properly tuned. Is it misery and keys right now? No, same as always. Nothing abnormal going on here, really. Just now at a point where we're at a bit of a standstill on progression, so it might look worse than it is. That's why I've been weaving in some 25s that I don't need for score to try to keep things lively and successful, I guess.
3, 2, 1.
There's like 24, 25 is like a big barrier.
Beware.
This timer can be fixed with more aggressive pulls. Rise timer sucks because of the RP. Yep, I agree with that. Unfortunately, the aggressive pulling is all around casters, so. This one's definitely the one that, like, yeah, I could see. Like I said, Prop Pally would just own that first pull. Even be remotely dangerous for them.
Beware.
The key pull kind of becomes very small once you start needing all 26s. Yeah. Rarely a 26 that I actually even see, let alone get invited to. You have to be quite aggressive in Everbloom. Well, we just actually upgraded Everbloom. And honestly, we made like probably the worst mistake you can make in there that wouldn't result in a full wipe, and that was pull Gnarl Root. We actually just killed them. We had many deaths to him, but still. Prop Pally kind of struggles with the pull. Demon Hunter seemingly chilled with it. I imagine Prop Pally would be the best for this because you can just rain interrupts into the casters, and then you'd be able to bubble off the Sentinel's debuff. The big reason that this is so hard, like the bleeds look like they are a big problem, and they definitely are. But the real problem here is that if the Sentinel hits me with his mechanic, I may just get one shot during it. And then that means I don't have cheat deaths for the actual time when it's dangerous, you know? If that Sentinel didn't exist, that pull would be very, very, very easy.
3, 2, 1.
That first pull, yeah, I find it super easy as prot. Wings covers you for so long, and then you get Empowered Consecrate and bubble off all the bleeds. Yeah, like if it was me, I would just, the second the Sentinel did the thing, I would bubble, and then you'd remove tons of bleeds, prevent bleeds for a few seconds, and you'd remove the looming threat of being one shot by the debuff. And then by the time like bubble and your CDs were over, the pack would be dead. With Bloody Cam, like constantly staring at Vamp Blood, hoping it comes back up just at the end there. Haven't seen a pro warrior in a while, I know. I haven't been looking. Oh, a prot warrior. Same. Besides the guy who made a fool out of himself in the video I published on the weekend, I haven't seen many. I didn't find prop fun. I don't know. How come? What was a big problem for you? And of course, Prop Pally both gets free kicks on everything and blocks any spells. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just be able to rain interrupts into those casters, which do a lot of damage to me over the course of the fight. And you would be able to much more guarantee that the rest of the group wasn't going to get killed by them too, obviously. Prot struggles hard with magic damage. Prot Warrior, yeah, no doubt. It's the yellow class and Og. What? Is that a joke about his damage or something? Pally being able to block spells doesn't get talked about enough. Yeah, you're right. I've never really heard anybody bring it up. A Fire Mage doing more damage than an Outlaw. That's a rare sight. Yeah, the guy did really bad in the first pull too. I remember that much. Was it Legion that Warrior had sword and board damage back? No, that was WAD. Hey, a barrier. Wow, look at that. Do you ever listen to music while gaming? No, definitely not music. No. If I'm gonna listen to something, it's gonna be podcasts or like I've been listening to some of the speed runs from AGDQ last week. And now thanks to some of you guys, I think Tronin was who brought it up initially, but Apotheon showed me that OBS has the functionality. I'm now able to also record and listen to music and stuff if I wanted to. Preston, what's up, buddy? Prot Warrior has a spell to literally block spells. Nice. Now I wish I mained Havoc. Their DPS is so good. Oh yeah, they're definitely the best damage dealer right now, no doubt about it. And they bring so much to keys. It's such a great pick.
Beware.
Three, two, one.
Unfortunately, we're pretty slow. Looks like we're very slow. So even though there hasn't been any major mistakes yet, we're very slow. You can re-roll. It's not difficult to gear. You're right.
Beware.
Go get the dogs. They're in a good spot.
Three, two, one.
Most Havoc players take momentum. I have no idea. Momentum is great, especially if you're in thermodynamics or just, I guess, physics in general. Yeah. Treat death. Alright, we'll just go for this pack here, I guess. Lost it. Okay, or I'm just gonna die. Can you heal me? Okay, I guess not. All Havocs get inertia. Well, of course, they're subject to gravity, so. Now I'm probably gonna die to this pack. So I lost cheat death like that. Paints up, so that helps. I love Binding Shot in this dog pack. Oh yeah, with Sanguine is probably rough, but that sounds good. Wham bam bada dam bam. Inertia, quite a little better IMO, gotcha. The no mover build is only similar damage on single target. And we're still talking about Havoc. Well, unfortunately, we're so far behind that does not bode well for the key. But like always, I feel like if we just have a good split down bottom, we probably still have plenty of time. The bottom always eats up so many problems that makes me wonder what the reality is of just having a no-issue bottom and then all of a sudden we're good. Pretty sure that guy just threw a major CD at the Incorporeal Being. That Phoenix Flame thing that's like crucial, or no? Threw like a Phoenix at it and it was... It's an Incorporeal, I don't think you need to do that. 2 whole minutes slow in this split. That's really bad. That might be his helmet chant. Nah, yeah, it's how the spell go at him. Probably just a misclick because he tried to polymorph it.
Beware.
I always feel good if 18 minutes left after the second boss. Oh yeah. That would be absurdly fast. That would be like 5+ minutes faster than I've ever seen it done. I still live by my 17-minute mark. Oh yeah. 17 after the second boss every time.
Beware. Beware.
These ads don't trigger sanguine. Oh yeah, no, boss ads don't ever trigger any fixes like that. That would make the bosses like that impossible. Totally impossible.
Beware. Beware.
3, 2, 1.
Beware. Beware.
I just checked 26. We killed second boss at 15:58. Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say 17's pretty wild. That'd be among the fastest I've ever seen.
Beware.
18 minutes left on timer when it died. Oh, you're saying in the other direction, huh? Well, yeah, but you guys like destroyed that key. That's never gonna happen for me.
Beware.
We will never have that key happen. As a bloody kid sounds like. It's always gonna be a tight key for us because we can't pull like that and survive it.
Three, two, one.
Beware. Beware.
Just tuning in. Jose, what's up, buddy? Welcome back.
Beware.
Have you ever considered streaming to Twitch at the same time? Yes. No interest in Twitch at all as a platform, so no interest in streaming there. Plus, for a long time, Twitch did not allow you to be partnered and stream on YouTube as well. I believe they changed that recently, though. Guy like DC or something? Why was he just dead in the middle of bubbles? Oh, look, they still have my plague on them. That's interesting. They're still there, they're just not attackable.
Three, two, one.
Those deaths are really...
Beware.
They're gonna doom us, I think. Yeah, this fight, 14 and a half afterwards. We were 2 minutes short on the split, so even if we were an extra minute short on the trash, it'd still barely be good. Up to that number. I'm dead here. What's the overall DPS looking like? I have no idea. We'll see at the end of the dungeon. Not good though. I don't think the rogue's doing very well. Let's try the skip the first pack thing. Give that a try here. Just don't know what to do. Do you play Rune Tap? No. Just don't know what to do instead. Guess this pack with the next pack.
Run away, little girl.
Three, two, one.
Come on, kill those mobs.
Little girl. Run away.
But what do you... I don't even... You can mind soothe it, people were saying, but how do you do that? You have to hug the side or something?
Run away, little girl. Run away.
But with Rogue, we can just shroud anyway.
Three, two, one.
Imprison the right dude and mind soothe the rest. Oh, you need to imprison as well? Well, we got shroud, so whatever. Mind soothe is really generous with the threat range reduction, still. But I wasn't sure if they nerfed that part of it too, or... I don't think so, I guess. There's been times when it's like straight up you can just walk through mobs with mind soothe, it feels like. Just mind soothes enough, okay.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Mind soothe even enough to just walk past the pack, gotcha. It's enough to for AD, yeah. No doubt. Turtle Woo, thanks for the sub.
2, 1.
Run away, little girl.
What do you think of the new Sailor Moon transmogs? I don't know. Nothing.
Run away, little girl.
Don't even know what that means.
Run away, little girl.
Certainly seems easier this way, at least.
Run away, little girl.
Timer is very, very tight. No, it's probably not tight. It's probably over. We were very slow through the first splits. And I think part of the problem is the rogue's DPS, but we did have some deaths too, I guess. I think the hats are inherently ugly, gotcha. The man is a Mythic Plus player, other content is irrelevant. I do like Transmog, to be honest. I'm a huge fan of the Transmog. I really want to go get those new Explorer Transmogs, but I don't really. Dragonflight World content, just not for me right now. Yeah, we were pretty much 2-packed slow the whole dungeon. Do you rate it all? No. If I wear a head Mog, I want it to cover my head entirely. Oh yeah. Not sure if this key is even timeable without aggressive pulling all the way up to the first boss. It's definitely timeable. Yeah, we only missed it by 30 seconds earlier already, so. Our route works, just need to not have all these deaths along the way. I don't know, should we give it a try, the whole don't kill totem thing? I feel like that may not help as much as it sounds like it would. It would certainly make the timer, like the boss fight, longer, slower, but... Mage dies and releases as you say that. Yeah, I think everybody probably knows this one's out of time, hopefully. And they're willing to stick it out, I hope. I want to try it at some point, though. Like, sometimes you don't even get hit. Obviously, with Rune Weapon up, you don't even get hit. This looks chalked. Oh yeah? Was that a bad thing? Yeah, could easily do this.
Beware.
Yeah, definitely want to try it out. I want to see what happens when he tries to put the next one out. The route works. I mean, there's very little routing to be changed and taught. Well, that's what I'm talking about, the pulls. Okay, he doesn't actually do anything. He just doesn't do it. What is the totem strategy? He only puts one out, so if you can actually just not kill the first one, if you can actually survive it, then you just save yourself tons of like DPS loss on the fight. And it's very easy to survive, it looks like. So yeah, from now on, we'll just do that. Especially if we have both cheat deaths going into it, then absolutely no reason not to. There's no way he'll kill me through 2 cheat deaths and regular death on a fortified key.
I thank you, my friends. Forgive me. I have grown too weak to be of any
Do you
assistance.
keep track of griefers, leavers, and toxic players? Yes. Crippled bastards, bastards, and broken things.
2, 1.
How's the keys going today? Same as always, yeah. I think it's possible on Tyran, or do I think it's possible on Tyran? I probably wouldn't try it on Tyran now. Just because this boss is really hard on Tyran, so stressing the healer out further wouldn't be productive.
I am weary. You must carry on without me. I shall take my leave once my strength has returned.
Totem supposedly has a 100-yard range. That would be probably hard in that room, but yeah, it's probably possible. Especially if you clear all the trash, I guess. That's very possible. Griefers, leavers, and toxic players should be the name of a podcast. Do you meet them often, the toxic players? Yes. Not as often as the leavers, that's for sure, but yes. Probably like once a week we have somebody who just like insults you for no real reason. I'm not like some people though who grossly overuse the term toxic. Like, Just because somebody's doing something you don't like doesn't mean it's toxic. How far can we go back? Some mothers do have them. Mothers? Keys bricked, correct. I'm aware.
3, 2, 1.
Certainly makes it a little harder when I guess we have plenty of space. Over worried about this, I guess. Barely survived that.
2, 1.
Oh shit. We need to almost aggro that. This is another really shitty part. You have to kill all these mobs. Do people like just pull them with the bob and they say fuck it or what? Like, I don't know.
3, 2, 1.
They do. So 16 stacks on that mob is not an issue, or I guess they try not to get 16 maybe? I don't know. I just pull it on Prop Pally, I can dispel one, stack another, and on third, I don't know how non-Pally would handle it. Hey Bliss, welcome back. How's your day so far? Generally you have some form of mass dispel. You cannot mass dispel that now.
3, 2.
Single dispel the sentry. You guys are Greek padding DPS. Just single target the sentry. Oh yes. Well, unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna work because the mobs have way less health. So, Mr. Weaver can revival it. Yeah, not as good as the beginning of the day. I bet. You're at work now. See, that guy's dead, and there's no way he can come back on his own. So we have to battle res him here. Are low mythic plus keys easy enough to jump into to learn the dungeons? Yes, absolutely.
1.
Even if you don't, like, even if you die and fuck up a bunch, the keys are so easy that they'll still be able to succeed no matter what. Sanguine is fun. Yeah, not agreeing with that one. You will not be the only one making a mistake in low keys. Yeah, well said. If you have any questions about anything, Stu, just let me know. I think we ran a +2 this season in 5 minutes start to finish. Timers are fairly lenient. I see. I don't think there's many people out there speedrunning 2s, but yes, timers are definitely lenient. Alright, that's pretty good. Pretty well done.
The beast has returned.
But you see, even with all that, you know, we were pretty much 2 minutes behind every split up until right now, and we still have, you know, we're gonna pull the boss with time left on the dungeon, so. Yeah.
As I purify these waters, the servants of filth will surely escape. Beware.
Why didn't you time this? I'm not really sure, to be honest. Like I said, we were just 2 minutes behind on every split that I normally notice. No real major mistakes. I guess the beginning, we did die to the beginning pack, but we didn't actually wipe to it, so that obviously didn't help, but I don't think that cost us 2 full minutes. If all 8 Dragonflight dungeons come back next season, you will be able to use follower dungeons to learn. And yeah, I mean, you're not going to learn anything from that, though. 5 minutes isn't unreasonable. I did a 6 fall in 8 minutes. Yeah, I don't know about that whole thing, but I'd imagine on a 2, you would literally just have to sprint from pack to pack to do it in 2 minutes, but that would probably be very doable. Like, never stop. Just hold the whole hallway with the boss. I really actually wanted to try soloing and upgrading keys. Like, do you guys think it's possible to upgrade a 2 on your own? Or do you think it's like, no, not even close? I don't know. Rogue is kind of mad DPS. A lot of the group's deaths overall, yeah.
Beware.
And we're doing this fight really poorly again. But we kind of salvaged it.
2.
I think you could upgrade it to solo, you think? Vengeance has enough damage to solo upgrade keys to a point. I was talking about me, yeah. Upgrading 2 probably depends on the boss mechanics. I'm just talking about the timers. I guess like this season would be the time to try it though, yeah, if you get like a fall. Probably upgrade it, no problem.
Beware.
Please kill the boss. I don't want to wipe her. And the healer's dead. But the boss is dead, and I don't think this phase does anything, right? You can't solo fall. The 3rd boss will reset. Oh, right. Fuck. So I pretty much have to be like AD. What other options would there be out this season? DHT, obviously, we know, but that timer is not super loose. Immune does not work on fall, though, because before someone says, yeah. You should try it. I'm thinking about it, yeah. Obviously not this week, but... Alright, at least we finished it. Not only 3rd boss, Chromie would die on the last boss. Yeah, you're right. Falls out. I think Waycrest Manor on Tree Boss when he roots you would also be impossible. Yeah, maybe. He won't root his target. Oh, really? So if you're alone, he just doesn't do the mechanic? Yeah, the rogue actually did pretty solid. He had a couple really bad pulls, but I guess overall it was fun. See, I got recognized. How's keys? Same as always, yeah. Do you just do the world quests that give gold to keep up repairs? Pretty much, yeah. I do some small stuff on the auction house, like just flying around and selling ore, but usually like after like 30 minutes you barely even get 1,000 gold, so. I had keys where everyone died and he still did root me as the last player. Oh, really? Plus, personally, Rogue fucked 2nd boss when Rogue is one of the most brain aspects for knocking slimes away. Yeah, we did have 3 deaths on the 2nd boss, you're right. But like I said, from the get-go, we were 2 minutes behind on every split, so... That's actually showing that the dungeon is not that, not as tight as you might think. For raw gold farm, normal freehold solo runs are 1,200 gold per 10 minutes. Oh, wow. Just vendoring the stuff? Is that what you mean by raw gold? I didn't think that kind of stuff still existed in this game. Just vendoring, wow. Okay, so that's another completed key at least. You can go faster than 10 minutes, but the hard cap is 12 runs per hour. Is it 12 now? Probably frowned upon, but doing a 12 boost will net you something like 10k. Yeah, I won't be doing any boosting, that's for sure. I'd rather buy WoW tokens. Yeah, I think it's 10, yeah. It used to be 5 forever, and then they raised it to 10, I believe, in MOP. During challenge modes, where they were like, people were constantly hitting the cap, so they raised it to 10. And there it has stayed. Okay, 26 black recall, alright. We had a bit of a bad key yesterday in this one, but I don't know. I'm not really sure how we can improve on it, but hopefully we can do better. I'm gonna run in the bathroom real quick though. So we'll just port. Oh, we'll port when we come back, just in case. This can be IO right here. Oh, this would be a lot of IO, yeah. But I'll be right back real quick. Alright. Boosting is the way to make gold. Yeah, I morally abhor boosting, so I will not be doing that. The leader is writing easy push. That is definitely not easy this week, unfortunately. Look at this comment though. You guys will laugh at this. Don't even know like what encourages people to leave comments like this. So weird. This channel kind of turning into a cesspool of people complaining not able to do a weekly 20. Use this energy to get better and maybe get a team to push with. Holy shit, boys. Come on now, keys have literally never been easier. What the fuck is he talking about? Hi, I would honestly just buy a token if I needed gold. $20 for roughly 250k is better value than wasting all your time doing something in game that you don't want to do. Yeah, I mean, you're totally right.
Some of nature's creations cannot be suffered.
Alright, so we did right yesterday. It seemed to be fine. No issues, so we'll try it again today. I get paid to do my 820s for the week. I can't help doing it when the opportunities arise. So yeah, Keys are extremely easy at the lower levels this dungeon pool. However, the higher you push, they are turning into the hardest dungeons we've had. It's just like about the you know, the level that you get to and how quick you get there, I think, for most people. Blackrook, yeah. Of course, the evoker's talking about a problem mechanic not being a problem. Well, I mean, if he's confident, then yeah, he's gonna be the one who does a lot of the work there. So.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hopefully he backs it up. Yeah, if he can do it well and stun the mobs and knock them back at the right times, then it'll make it a lot easier. It's a matter that once people get into the key levels where mobs aren't dying so quick, the sheer amount of stops and kicks needed this season is insane. Yeah, I would agree. Definitely the highest caster density that's ever existed. It's a good link. I didn't realize we had a Resto Shaman. CC coordination is brutal. Good. Glad you guys agreed. That fucking guy coming in yesterday talking about not needing a 5th interrupt for dungeons. When he comes in, let him know. I'm just gonna face it this way. I think it's safer. Forgot to log on Classic Error for 30 days and lost my auctions. Oh wow, what, they just go away? Why would you need CC? Mechanics don't exist. Not that guy, but yeah, also funny. What GPU do you have? I really need a new system. RTX 2080 Super, I believe. The mail vanishes. Oh wow, I had no idea. I thought it just got returned, but I guess because it's the auction house. Who would it? Yeah, I don't know. I lost unobtainable transactions with the same thing on retail. I tried to reclaim a piece and that didn't work. Wow, that sucks. That's really stupid that that's the thing. What the fuck? This mob really sucks this week because you have to constantly move him out of stuff. Anyone remember the days at Blackrook Hole when bats would do death affixes? Yeah, I remember. Necrotic for sure. That and Temple of Centralis, 99 stacks constantly. It was like an exercise in like, can I survive without any healing taken, basically. I don't even really know like what the fuck Blizzard thought was. It didn't make sense. That was definitely the worst affix they've had for tanking ever. I want Temple back. Oh, really? I don't dislike that dungeon, but that's definitely... There's a lot of things in there that I didn't reflect fondly on after the expansion was over. A couple of those, like, gauntlet type areas in that dungeon, I always hated that. I want Shrine back. I think Shrine would be a good one to bring back, actually. Wasn't a fan of the last boss area. Yeah, well, the other problem with that dungeon was it was way too much fucking pound. Like, that's just stupid as fuck that Blizzard did that. Like, it was basically like 3 pulled over count, and it was pretty much a straight line dungeon. So if they did bring it back, you would hope that they would fix that, like they've done with the more, you know, other dungeons that were somewhat similar. And if so, then you don't have to do that stupid ass skip at the end where like one person and getting too close to the mob would break you out of stealth, and that'd be it. People are cooming over Motherlode, but I'm not a fan. Oh yeah, I like Motherlode. Again, the whole count thing, you would assume it would be different this time around like it has been with other dungeons. These ads just have like a lot of health on 4 or 5 or something. Like, why is it taking so long? Snapping is the worst thing that has ever existed. Shrine had a lot of great places to snap the mobs. Oh yeah, that doesn't work anymore though. They fixed that whole issue. Mob like doesn't actually run to the boss anymore. It was like mailing me. I don't know what that was about. Not in DHT, they didn't. You can still snap it. Those are like, yeah, those are different though, right? Like those are, the mobs are jumping away from the point. What's up, man? How's the keys today? Denoise, what's up? Welcome. I don't know though. I guess you're right. It's the same as in Atal. I don't know. For some reason it doesn't work there. It does work in DHT, I guess. Blackbrook Moan. What?
Now I see.
How's that?
It is gone.
Is that why it was auto attacking us?
You
That's very interesting.
are the ones who did this?
Evo acting like it matters as if the boss wasn't about to phase. Well, he's right. It was wasted damage, but the leader typing while the boss is going on instead of DPSing. He's an evoker, so he's not doing that either.
You must put a stop to this.
How much money would you need to get paid to stream Pal World? I only play WoW on stream.
Invaders have breached the passage to the crypts. Ilisana, you must hold them here. We have much to lose. Your father's life most of all.
You need not worry. I will not fail, Atosius. Men, the invaders come for us. Do not let them pass.
What's your favorite non-WoW game? If we're talking about like a game as a genre, I would say the Dark Souls genre and the Pokemon genre. But like single favorite game itself, I would probably say Crusader Kings 2 outside of WoW. I've also really rediscovered my love for Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. I had no idea that there's basically like a fan-made patch for Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 that continues to get updates and allows for like tons of custom content and all this stuff. I played it like super heavily for about 2 weeks, but then I started watching the Pokemon runs from AGDQ, and now I kind of got back into Pokemon, so I haven't touched Roller Coaster Tycoon in a while now. But yeah, I made my own Pokemon game, so I always kind of go back to that every once in a while. Pretty much like any game that I could mod. Made my own Pokemon game, made my own Final Fantasy Tactics ROM hack, Crusader Kings 2 mod, Dark Souls 3 mod, Diablo 4 or Diablo 2 modding a little bit. Diablo 2 is like probably, that probably should be the answer to that question though. The fact that you can mod a game like that is fucking insane. I love that. One of the best games ever made, and then on top of it, you can mod it as well. Do you like any of the Souls-style ripoffs? No, I've never played anything but Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Not even like Bloodborne or Elden Ring. I never even played those. Sanguine is just a silent key killer. It's very annoying, I agree, but most dungeons it's not that big of a deal. This one is a very, very big deal. What healer do you prefer to play with? Holy Pally. But Resto Shaman's been really good to us recently as well. The stats really speak very loudly about Resto Shaman, which I was really surprised to see. Dark Souls 2, best one. No, not in my opinion, no. 3's the best one without any question in my eyes.
3, 2, 1.
This group seems solid. Oh, yeah. Well, it's Blackrook, so we'll see. Great take. 3 is the best. Yeah, 3 is the best because it's like just like everything that the other 2 games did well, like mastered. You know what I mean? Earthworm Jim on the Sega back in the day was fantastic. Oh yeah. Well, any of those games, there's probably ROM hacks and modding communities for now. So. Random, I want a glyph which allows me to give piggyback rides and roll druid. Earthworm Jim, we read that. Saw a decent damage increase on Holy Pally since the buff. Oh, it should be really nice, yeah. Consecrate was your top damage overall anyway, wasn't it? You use Death Coral? No. I die frequently at those spiders after they are dead because of the dot. Oh, that's the healer's fault then. That's a dispellable dot, so it's meant to be dispelled. I think mine was usually shield with consecrate right below, but I talent into extra shield damage. Oh yeah. I don't know about how it plays now, but in the past, consecrate would be like your top damage by a mile, and that's why everybody bitched about Holy Pally, because they literally just put consecrate down and they did more damage than other healers. Were you happy about the Aberrus set winning for blood? Yes. Very happy with Season 2 winning. That is my favorite one for sure. It's really my favorite set bonus, like, ever, I'd say. I don't remember every single set bonus, but I do think that's probably my favorite one ever. Resto are pumper healers. Oh yeah, they got some nice buffs too, right? What did it do? TLDR gave you random umbilicuses, which I love. I found that being forced to use the defensive as a DPS CD a little annoying. Oh, you're not forced to do anything, but yeah. Welcome to WoW. It's a good thing because that's a CD you're pretty much using on cooldown anyway, so you don't have to worry about using it frivolously. If it was Icebound Fortitude, then yes, I would totally agree with you. But Vamp Blood, you're just using on CD anyway. I can get some good numbers on burst when Divine Toll and Daybreak combo. Oh, nice. Yeah, Holy Pally has always been like good burst DPS, but not necessarily in the recent season.
is eternal.
Here's to hoping they restore it to full power. Oh yeah, they will be. I think they've already said that, haven't they? Any ones that got nerfed, they'll be unnerfed first.
You cannot escape.
How can we support you? On Twitch? No, I don't use Twitch, but
Gods, hold them off.
in the description there's links to Patreon, there's links to ways to donate, you can do super chat, you can whatever, man. Whatever's easiest for you, I will be more than grateful for. I mean, T30 Blood DK using defensive tools offensively is not unique in the tank world. Yeah, no, it's definitely not. So I said, like, Vamp Blood doesn't have any opportunity cost using either, so.
3, 2, 1.
You just use it, and that's the best you do. Howdy, Metro. Valis, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Managed to get the axe last night. Already like 4 hours deep and got 100k gone working on the quest. Oh, yeah. Well, cool. Grants.
The hunt. You cannot escape.
The buffs were more noticeable on single target. On those bosses where you don't really have to heal, I was getting 70 to 80k. Oh, nice. That's great.
You cannot escape.
What was the buff? It was Consecrate and what else? Something else, right?
3, 2, 1.
They need to give all Paladins Wake of Ashes. That would be badass. Or Holy Paladin. Holy shit.
You cannot escape.
Shield of the Righteous also? Oh, wow. Okay, that's a big buff then. DK has been my alt for a long time, but Druid has gotten 0 loot and the DK is getting fed. I guess Blizzard is telling me something. Yeah, it's time to dump that shit fucking brown class or orange class, whatever it is.
Cannot escape.
We got the red, bro. Let's see the death strikes.
3, 2, 1.
You cannot escape. Gods, hold
Best
them
not to
off.
make fun of browns.
I will
Yeah.
burn you alive.
When you put it that way, I actually agree with you, Jix. You're right about this.
Betrayed.
Alright, here comes the madness. Madness and stupidity. Oh, what the hell? Okay, speaking of stupidity. That was the last one. I did that far too frequently. Thanks for the stream, sweet man. Let me know if you have any questions. You hate to see it, yeah, you do. I do that more than I should, that's for sure. I was sure that the last one had passed.
2, 1.
Why didn't you death strike? No target. We need to get Indiana Jones theme for those stairs. Yeah, no doubt. Unfortunately, we have to be very cautious here.
Beware.
It's however many years since Legion, I still block out the stairs out of memory. This hallway with Sanguine is frustrating. Agreed.
Beware.
Oh, see, we all were waiting to do it. That's a huge, 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 huge error. Really bad. And now the sanguine has begun. You just can't stop them. Like eventually they're gonna get it cast out.
3, 2, 1.
Beware. Beware.
Pretty much have to fight these mobs twice. On average there. Oh, and we're not doing the effects.
Beware. Beware.
Oh, we did a very good job of not having too many of them sanguine at least.
Beware. Beware.
They recently heavily nerfed sanguine and it's just still so unfun. Well, that nerf was definitely a big nerf, but realistically it didn't make the effects any less fun, you know? Or more fun, I guess.
Beware.
3, 2, 1.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Most times you can line of see these mobs to move them. Oh yeah. Even while they're casting indigestion. Honestly, getting Outlaw Rogue for improved wound poison this week is really underrated. Oh yeah, is that something they can put on every target? I'll bring that up from now on if we have the opportunity.
2, 1.
Did you see the new AI made George Carlin stand up? No. Was he in a wheelchair or something? I'm surprised on bad weeks like this, more people don't skip this and pull more to start. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess that's an option, yeah. Alright, well that's the hard pull, but I don't know. That timer might be in question now. Lustin on CD, I gotta respect that. Time 24 Black Rook last night, but this hallway wrecked the party. Yeah, it's rough. Honestly, if there was a case for Gorfians, it would be this hallway. This hallway this week. That's the one missing piece from the past. Okay, this is really bad RNG. Constantly alternating like this. Time 25 Everbloom with a pretty nice 348k overall DPS as Arms Warrior. Sweet. Yeah, we actually upgraded that key today too. It's the other Dominator. Let's see it. Oh, there it is. Obviously, I just looked at this for the first time, but the last boss was 20% of some players' damage in that key. I did not realize how much that inflates the DPS. And no legendary, nice. It was higher than the Dread Petals, which is something you fight like dozens of times. You fight like hundreds of them throughout the dungeon. Pull another Dominator? Oh yeah, we did. Oh, that's not the right mob. Yes, too many mobs here. Tides, pad, boss at end doesn't count on details. Oh yeah. Any specific reason you don't run rune tap? I don't know why I would even need it. What are you guys doing with rune tap? What are you needing it for? So the bats don't end up being that big of a concern compared to the Dominator. They nerfed the hell out of the bats, so yeah, they're a lot easier now than they used to be.
2, 1.
Rune tap used to be really good back when Blood DK didn't have good on use for the pull, basically. But after the Dragonflight changes, now they have very capable ability on the pull. And that side of the pull, I don't see why I would ever need it. There's so many CDs now. Did Rise get a nerf? Yes. That's kind of tight. But it's not, I think it's probably alright. Keeler went out of his way to get that one. That's interesting. Hey, don't sleep on tap. That one top 10 world Blood DK raged for like an hour in your chat about it. I forgot about that, yeah. This isn't too tight. I think you'll finish in multiple minutes. Oh, okay. 10 minutes here usually is... I guess you're right. It's usually me concerned about lust, not necessarily the actual upgrade. It looks like Leon Edwards is going to head to UFC 300. Oh, really? Who? Against who? Hamzat? They should have announced that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Bilal Muhammad. Oh, God. I feel so bad for UFC 300, man. It's turning into a bit of a laughing stock.
Beware.
That's like gotta be the worst. That's like, that wouldn't even be a good fight for 299. 299 is actually the better card right now, I would say. Although I don't even know, like, they keep adding fights to 300, but I've no, like, Holly Holm's gonna fight, like, what, on the undercard? Like, who's, there's too many people fighting. Isn't Gaethje Holloway the main for 300? I don't know. No, it's definitely not, though, because Dana White said on Saturday that they're gonna be announcing the main event this week. UFC is MMA fighting, yeah. The main event was just announced. Is it really Leon? And it's got to be them, right? Because he said they were announcing it this week.
Beware.
Well, that's for a real belt, unlike the BMF title. Yeah, no doubt, but sadly, one's an actual interesting fight and the other one isn't.
Beware.
I guess I'm hoping for Bilal to win then, so it's an interesting fight. Where is the card? Is it in Vegas or something? I don't like how special and exclusive they're making these events. What do you mean? Best fight I ever saw was Dillashaw versus Barao. And in Barao. TJ Dillashaw was like the reason I fell in love with the sport, dude. TJ Dillashaw, Cody Garbrandt, and Dominic Cruz. The fights the three of them had against each other is what made me fall in love with MMA. And it is sad that... Well, TJ, obviously, we know all about that, but it's sad that the three of them just never did much after that.
Hold them off. We must prepare.
Make that 1.5 minutes left. They're killing this real slow. I told you. Yeah, I think you're right. We probably should be good.
3, 2, 1.
Kurtalos, they come for you.
They come for you. They do.
Together we shall defeat them, Natosius.
That was a really dumb... Should not have used. Icebound like that. You never know if I'm going to get stunned and die. This can be timed. Yeah, I mean, obviously, but... Back to check in. How's the sanity meter? Same as always. Oh shit. See? Fucking Sanguine does shit like that, man.
Beware. Beware.
I misread a graphic. The Lennon Bilal fight is still unconfirmed rumor. Ah. Okay, so they haven't announced the main event then. Good.
Beware.
I'm fine with that being on the card, obviously. That's a fine fight to have on the card, but if that's the actual main event, man, people are just gonna meme on it so hard. That dude is like, people like literally meme on that guy so hard. Like, what did they say about him?
Beware.
Bilal, forget the name, or Bilal, don't remember the name Muhammad. He even like said it the other day on his like Instagram or some shit. Like he was like,
Beware.
"I'm gonna point you up and win by decision." Or something. He's like bragging about winning by decision. It's like, oh my god, it's like the least exciting fighter in the fucking sport. Dabbled in some Holy Priest last night. The tier set and playstyle is fun, but I can see where there would be issues in high keys. Yeah, the fact that they have 0 defensives and wearing cloth. That's a big issue. And no, obviously no interrupt, a bigger issue too. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tight, man. I think 3 minutes is plenty for the boss, but this is gonna be really tight. I think Islam versus Leon isn't unreasonable. To headline UFC 300, I don't agree with that. If it was Leon versus Conor McGregor, yeah, definitely. But it's like Leon's already, I don't feel like he's a great draw. He's a great champion and he's a good fighter, but I just don't feel like he's a great draw.
You shall never have our world.
You want somebody who's like a huge fucking name that everybody's gonna tune into that. They really slowed down these last 2 packs. Yeah. We're not listening on the pull. I was running Chastise to interrupt. It's not a real interrupt, but I was able to stop some casts. Yeah, it's a stun. It's solid, but a lot of healers have stuns, sadly. All the Hugh names are out, though. Maybe Oliveira versus somebody? Oh, yeah. He hasn't fought in a long time. Why? Everybody thinks Adesanya, and that's obviously the biggest name that's available, but I would really like to see Drakus versus Hamzat, like people are talking about. Or Tom Aspinall, but I don't think that's happening. I don't really watch MMA, but I was glad he beat Covington. Oh, really? I definitely am not glad he beat Covington. The sport's a lot more exciting when you have big names as champions. No chance any of the Muslim fighters are on 300. It's a few days after Ramadan. I don't think the American Muslims are that concerned about it. That was only Khabib and them who cared that much about it.
This is not my ancestors. Ilisana.
His last fight was supposed to be versus Islam, but he pulled out and Volk stepped in. Oh, yeah, I remember that now. Darkness did huge. I don't count Bilal as that. I meant Islam. Oh, you mean like actual Islam Makhachev. It's so confusing because the fucking religion is the same name as the guy. Pump your DPS. Yeah, oh, well, that was a really good pot. I'll pot 2 and everything is what I said, and then I did it and wasted it. That Shadow Bolt did nothing. I bet it was 4 darkness stacks, yeah. Oh my god, they lost phase 2 of the boss? This is a miracle. I like phase 1 less, honestly. This is better for the timer, though, so I'm glad they chose to do that.
3, 2, 1.
But this is still going to be very tight. Because we're definitely having another run-around phase. And seemingly nobody's hacking this. 5 stacks of the bleed is wild. What's that? Bleed. This? What is that, from the first phase? Is that how it works? I think phase 1 less is better on Tyrannical. The bleed is really rough. Okay, so the longer you're in that phase, the more stack you have. I didn't even realize that. I thought it was just a set number no matter what. If that was tyrannical, the bleed would be cooking. Is it a lot of damage though when you have this health? I guess it adds up. I bring a pally to bop the bleed off me. You can also bop the swarm off though, which is probably more effective. On tyrannical, it is. Oh, really? I mean, I have 7 million health right now. I don't think 200k every 2 seconds is going to touch me, but I guess DPS obviously are in different boats. On my Prot Warrior, it hurts quite a bit. Oh, really? Well, this is going to be really, really tight. But I think we got it. If the bleed is too high, it can lead to a one-shot for the Shadow Bolt. Oh, really? Only tank gets that perma bleed. Oh, okay. Well, then it's easy mode. Sweet. Is that 3k? Nope. Wait. 1 point shy. Did not expect it to be this close. I told you, man, that hallway kills you. But yeah, really, the end of the key just was really slow. 99. Well, that's good. Now I still have something to work towards. You, sir, Giga Chad healed through it. I mean, again, I have 7 million health. It did 200k per second. That's I don't. Or I think it was even every 2 seconds. I don't even know. That is not in any way challenging for Blood DK health pool. I think I got Everbloom 27. All right, cool. Well, there you go. We're having some success today. DK BIS healer confirmed. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're never gonna. If I don't beat the healer on overall, then something's seriously wrong in that key. It's mainly before he phases it cooks the tank. It's like that brief 10 to 15 seconds. Yeah, that part's super dangerous, but cheat death for the win there. So now the only other 26 that's easy out there is fall. So obviously we get that done. We are 3k or 3.3k. But, you know, we still have a lot of non-25s for Tyrannical too, so there's still a good probably like 25 points out there that should be pretty easy for us. Alright, Shaman. Shaman is doing so well in the stats right now, dude. Another Resto Shaman upgrade. And it's a 26. I wish there was a way to weight it, but yeah, either way. Shaman now goes up even further. Up to 41.46% impact rate. Holy shit, dude. 20% higher than the average. Well, maybe not, but yeah, like 17% higher than the average. That's insane. I think that's the biggest gap we've ever seen on any healer. And I don't even know why, because Resto Shaman does not feel like it's performing that well. Resto Shaman got 5% healing buff on reset and some damage buffs. Yeah, unfortunately that guy didn't do very good damage, but I'm home from work. What was your other channel name? I should still, yeah, let me get it for you. Yeah, I appreciate anybody, if you have, if you want to do me a favor, link the channel there. If you want to subscribe to that channel, I'd greatly appreciate it. We have to get to 1k subs as like an arbitrary requirement from YouTube, so just chill leveling challenges over there. What is the impact rate? I honestly cannot explain it to you. I don't know. Somebody just told me to do that for a statistical analysis of the things, and they said it will be there for a comparison. So basically, you just compare these numbers. So 25 to 22 means this one's better. 26 to 23, you know, and then you see like this is a wild difference. Like you never see this, you know what I mean? You never see this big of a jump. Look at the biggest jump here. Oh, actually, to be honest, this is also kind of big, but that's just because Monk and Holy Priest are fucking god-awful. But compared to the average, it's not as big of a jump there, you know? Same here, etc. So that's a wild gap between Shaman and everything else right now. Big number good, big number smash. Huge jump between DK and the other tanks. Yeah, the other ones are at 0, which is so bad. Alright, anyway, let's see what else we got out there. Your blood DK rate is 100%. It's really good. Yep. So we've had a lot of success with blood DK this season compared to other tanks. Okay, 25 thrown again. Let's get after it. Please don't invite Druid. Coincidentally, blood DK is also in 100% of the depletes on the sheet. That's a good way to look at it, yeah. Fuck. Yeah, actually not had a lot of success with blood DK this season compared to other tanks. Okay, we got a monk. That's ideal. I like paladin, but monk is even better at this dungeon than most, so. Oh, and we got a warlock, huh? Ah, shit. Here we go again. Yeah, this is the key we're going to be doing the most over the next few weeks until we finally upgrade it. Once I upgrade this on 25, I don't think I'll come back, to be honest. Let's say nerf it or something like that. There's just no way we'll upgrade it on 26. But we're knocking on the door at 25. We've had we should have had it already. But we've had, besides that bullshit where the guy left an upgrade, we should have had at least 3 already by now. We had 3 that were only 30 seconds or less off. Oh, we don't have anybody who can actually do the skip though now, so we're gonna have to... We'll just do the skip at the end, I guess, instead, and confirm on an invis pot there. I also got this trinket, man. I honestly feel like this might not be a bad trinket. It just depends on how much it actually works. Like, how often does it work? But it's just a flat versatility. I mean, that's a solid number of verse, I think. Its effect is really meh, but the verse buff is huge. Does the effect just like... Oh, I see. It even says it on there. Once every 20 seconds, yeah. I don't know. That's a good amount. That trinket is good. Equip it and see the interrupts. I don't know if it'll show up on the interrupt, would it? I don't want to put it on now because it's only 470, but... It does show up on the interrupts. It does? I use it on my hunter. Oh, okay, cool. Alright, well, maybe next key we'll put it on then. In this dungeon, I think it'd be insanely good. Does it work on mobs that can't, like, be interrupted? I don't know how silences work in this game anymore. It gets, like, 4 to 5 kicks a key, and that as a hunter who isn't taking a ton of damage. Yeah, I definitely want to see it as a tank. Ralganor, welcome. How's it going today? Yeah, actually, today, it's gone pretty well. It's the BIS trinket for Windwalker, really. Oh, because they like burst so much. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it was a good reason to use it, to be honest.
Good news, everyone. I fixed the poison slime pipes.
Five, 4, 3.
No, when it's basically always procs, totem boss and a tall for the stacking pulse. Oh, wow, that makes that easy, huh? I get people asking how you kick that so fast. I actually asked that the other day. We had a rogue kick like the second it was possible, so that's probably why. Oh my god, cheat death already. Alright, well, that's GG. We're gonna die here. So we have like absolutely insane DPS, which kind of looks like we might. Just enough to drop the bleed, and we got rune weapon up for that shell breaker, but we still don't parry it. That was actually like that ring actually helped us so bad, so big there. Alright, you know, we somehow managed to go from absolutely calamity to, I guess Ogvoker helps a lot there. It's not that good though. I'd say that because it requires the mob itself to be hitting you with magic. So something like this where all the mob casters... Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. It would be better if all the DPS had it instead of me. It does, they do target you occasionally though, but yeah. That was a nice pull. Yeah, that's the best that's gone in a while. Considering we had cheat death pop to me just not death striking early enough. That's pretty impressive actually. I think Ogvoker really helps on that pull. Because obviously they're going to use the big CDs on that, so we're going to have all the barriers and all that stuff in them. Not sure if you have ever discussed this, but what if Mythic Plus rating was like arena rating where you don't complete the key, it would lower your score? Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. I like it as a progression rating. There's already too many factors that are making people leave keys. I don't want to deal with losing score for it too. A lot more DPS wear it than you'd think in high keys. Oh, cool. Sadly, I guess it doesn't show up or something, like, because I've never seen Plater tell me it was interrupted by a trinket, so I guess it just says the player or something, but even that I don't ever see somebody interrupt when their actual interrupt isn't up. If you pull the Ravager to the entrance or exit the room, all DPS can line of sight the bolt. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about that honestly. People would grieve so badly with such a system. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's definitely not something I'm looking forward to. First step is just remove depletions. Yeah, that would be a good start. I only ever noticed it because my chat bubble pops up when I kick it. Ah, interesting. So it just shows up as like you kicked it. Okay. Alright, so we do have cheat deaths, so that means we go. One parry only, but that's still good.
3, 2, 1.
Double hit there, which is really bad. But yeah, we're just not really taking a lot of damage. Getting lucky. These pulls. But there's another one, a third one, but we actually double parry. I know we only had one happen at that point. Yeah, did double parry. Wow. Very lucky. So far, only one death. I personally want key depletions removed so I can feel free to try new strats and routes without getting punished. Yeah, I would be in favor of that, obviously. I personally... Wait, with that. Well, maybe there's an example. Would rune tap stop a one shot? No, the parry is not to survive the mechanic. It's so I don't get the debuff. The debuff is what absolutely kills me. So, like, in theory, yeah, I could then just use rune tap after I get it, but it's just it'd be so hard to monitor. I don't have the dexterity for that. Unfortunately, we had 3 deaths there, so that really fucks us. But we didn't die, so that's really good. Parrying is one of the most OP but extremely heavy RNG things for tanks. Just avoiding debuff applications because you rolled lucky. It's very rare though because most debuffs are magic. But that one, obviously, yeah, that's a huge, like, it can just be totally RNG at that point. Same with bear and dodge. Yeah, it's like that. Combat table coverage used to be like a huge part of this game. It's not really anymore, but back in the day, that was like the main way you lived as a tank. It's just make sure that you always parry, dodge, block an ability. There was quite a few in Shadowlands. I just can't recall them. Oh, really? Same. So the Bucks fired their head coach with the second best record in the league. Yeah, and then instantly hired Dwight, or what's his name? Anyway, I don't remember his name apparently, but Doc Rivers. Yeah, I was gonna call him Dwight Rivers, but as soon as I said that, I was like, that's not his name. I feel like is that like allowed? Like, were they allowed to talk to him about being the coach before he was like eligible to be the coach? I guess we just have to wait here. Should be able to go now, right? Nope. Oh, yes, okay. I thought that pack aggroed because of the way the bars changed. Allowed? Who knows, but they did.
Beware.
Yeah, usually stuff like that's like not allowed, but I think because he's not a coach anywhere, that's fine. Right, he was unemployed, right? Is that right?
3, 2, 1.
Anyway, we're doing really good on this first split. 4 minutes here is very good. Can't wait for Sunday. New True Detective. I can't wait either.
Beware.
I don't know why you'd hire a coach that has an infamous streak of choking 3-1 leads to playoffs. I assume that guy had some big disagreement with somebody in the organization. Because it's kind of weird to fire your first year head coach when you're succeeding heavily in the league. You know what I mean? Like, something's up there. He either got in a fight with one of the players or one of the, like, the owners or something, you know? That doesn't even make sense. Like, why did you hire him in the first place then if you're only going to let him fight for fucking 3 months or whatever? He probably wanted to cut Giannis's brother. Is that the coach's decision who does that? Maybe. Okay. Let's get this pack. He gave Giannis's brother shit and Giannis said, see you later. Wait, you're serious about that? Why, what's that about? They hired him before they got Dame, and then all the players were up in the air if they were coming back. Oh, really? That's interesting. I didn't realize that. That was like the... Wow, yeah. We have very good DPS in this group, I think. That was the fastest I think I've ever seen those guys die.
2, 1.
So yeah, I was overlapped there. Now that they're winning, they're like, oh man, let's get a non-first year head coach, yeah. I think we might straight up be able to less on this pack. Pretty rare. That means that's like among the best splits we've ever had if we actually can. Had to leave. Did you manage to time the 26 Blackrook? We did, yes. By like 5 seconds, but it was upgraded. And now all we need is one more upgrade and we'll be 3.3 finally. Oh, we're actually going to not even have less for this pack.
2, 1.
The Giannis brother thing is just a fan trolling. Oh, okay. I might even... like, this pack takes a while probably, but... Memes are pretty good, to be honest. Oh, yeah. NBA has, like, the most active social media fans, I feel like. Probably because all the players want to be social media influencers instead of sport people, but whatever. That's a different topic. Kyrie Irving still play basketball, by the way? Haven't heard his name all year.
2, 1.
Yeah, so actually this has happened before where we're so fast that we end up not having less on the pull of this pack and now we have to wait. A lot of the Bucks fans are like, no, not Doc Rivers. Kyrie's on the Maz and he's still doing good. Sweet. That's good to hear. So yeah, we lost about a minute or less there. It's kind of common. I think I've had that happen a few times now. He's been really quiet for Kyrie. Oh yeah? Well, that's good. Go play the fucking game instead of talking on fucking Instagram all the time. Kyrie's like he's like a Mythic Plus lever, I feel like. If that dude played WoW, he would like have like a 95% disband rate. Be like, Azeroth is flat. Yeah, well, that's also a problem. What class do you think he'd play? Oh, he'd definitely play like some nonsense, like fucking Feral Druid or some shit. Something that he's like really, really, really fucking good at, but that's useless. And then he'd think he's way better than he is because he's like the best Feral Druid out there or something like that. What is your 5 key if you don't mind? It looks like Marrowrun or Bone Shield stacks. Yeah, it's Bone Shield, yeah. I just changed the color of the icon. All 3 of these icons are just different icon colors. Feral's in the chat screaming after being called useless. Oh, well, they must be new here if they're... Feral was like... You see how I like rag on Og and Resto Druid and shit? Like, Feral was like that, but 10 times worse for like 3 expansions. All one of them. Yeah, there you go. Feral was like actually just totally non-viable for one point. It was just completely in all ways worse than Balanced Druid and had no actual AoE. From WoD to BFA, they basically did not do AoE damage. It wasn't until Shadowlands that they started getting good, and then I think in Dragonflight they're actually really good. We have a Feral for Mythic Fyrak. It's because we need Mark of the Wild. Well, Feral's probably great in raids, I guess, because they were good back in Legion too. I remember always joking about it in Legion, but Drusen was actually like really, like he made it look really good in the raid, just absolutely negative AoE. Their survival, or their single target is real good. Same thing with Survival Hunter, literally no one plays them. At least in Season of Discovery, Feral has Wind Fury. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Beware. Beware.
Oh shit, I didn't even pay attention to that. What if that was really dumb? That was really dumb, but it doesn't really matter. Back. So well. Minus that one, that's really well done. Does anything happen in the boss if you've seen the blue crap? It doesn't look like it now. Maybe he emotes. It's like a fucking Jinx call. His keys are on. Nom nom blueberry juice. Yeah, maybe.
3, 2, 1.
Beware.
Will we see the coveted 18-ish after the boss? I think we're on our way. It's gonna be like 17:45 probably. Now we just need not to have some calamitous shit down on the bottom.
Beware.
I just really need to not have Purgatory pop on the first, or either Cheat Death pop on the first pull. That pull is actually the hardest pull in there too, and that's a big ask. It would be best if the timer wasn't underage. 1742, so that's really good. That's really bad. Heal me up. Thought I was gonna make that easily, actually. I didn't even come close to making it easily. Okay, 17 downstairs. Very good split. Just don't have 20 deaths here. But I think, yeah, with like the don't kill totems tech thing, I think like that adds like probably a good 30 seconds. Like makes that fight so much quicker, right? Just need to protect our cheat deaths here. So if things go poorly, we have them for the next pack. Alright, damage is so... That Demon Hunter is just basically carrying. Mob's so far away I can't even grip it. Okay.
2, 1.
The fucking poison stacks are so brutal, but at least people are actually dispelling me now. Yo, Metro, how do you feel about fire mages? Not favorable. The elevator heals you? Oh, I didn't realize. Good call. Okay, we have one death there. It's not the end of the world. No cheat deaths, so that's really good. The sad thing is that normal havoc damage, most you play with just aren't good. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised to hear that. Don't accidentally fucking aggro second pack like we did the other day.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
3, 2, 1.
Got a run from Sanguine. Pretty good ring, actually. That mob being over there, though, is not good.
Run away, little girl.
Get them over the Sanguine. Don't get too close to this pack, but at the end of the point, we're just here anyway to pull.
Run away, little girl.
2, 1.
I really want to lust as soon as possible, but like, we cannot pull those small guys with the big guy. They're definitely going to Sanguine like crazy. So I guess just wait and lust boss no matter what. Lusting boss is the play. I think it has to be. We have plenty of time actually. Well, it's not the best lust, but it's just like lusting on the trash doesn't really do anything for us. Whereas lusting on the boss definitely helps.
3, 2, 1.
Like this trash is going to be pretty much almost dead by the time lust comes up, so. I guess though, well, it's just not worth trying to fiddle with it. We're doing really well, just minimize deaths.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Right, like if we wanted to, I can pull the trash when lust was up and then use it there, but
Run away, little
yeah, definitely no totems. 100% I'm saying that no matter what.
Run away, little girl.
Do you play DPS? No. Ignore totem stats sounds interesting. Yeah, it's pretty easy, honestly. I didn't think it would be as easy as it is. Especially with Bloodlust, we're going to destroy it. And we have 2 cheap deaths, so like, yeah, it's like nothing. Are we not lusting here? Whatever. Don't think that's going to cause any real issues. I'm away from it just to make sure nobody does it. But it's like he doesn't even attack while he's doing this. You see? So it's like not, it's like a lot less dangerous than it looks. Odd to not lust, you're just losing on it. This is probably a kind of guy who like needs me to tell him to use Bloodlust. I should have said it, but I thought it was obvious.
3, 2, 1.
But you see he just doesn't cast the second one. And it doesn't really do that much damage. Like, it's not dangerous, especially with 2 cheat deaths up. So what's going on? Why does the totem not do anything? It does stuff. He still has the buff. It's just...
Beware.
It's a fortified key, so it's not as dangerous, and we're a blood DK, so the magic doesn't hinder us. It only makes him do more damage to me, and it's not dangerous, so there's no reason to target it. It's got 4 million health. I think it does more than just the nature damage. It also increases his attack speed, yeah. Like, that was the lowest we got right there, you know? And again, with 2 cheat deaths, there's like no wait, what happened? Oh, I thought somebody just got aggro on something. With 2 cheat deaths, there's like no... Oh, the guy did have aggro. What the fuck?
Forgive me.
That's my bad. I didn't realize that was even a feature of the fight.
To be of any assistance. Beware.
Well, if we miss it by like 20 seconds, it's going to be because of that last, but... Coming out of here with 10 minutes is insanely good.
I am weary. You must carry on without me.
You'd be amazed how fast you can kill this boss without totems.
Once my strength has returned.
Yeah, absolutely. The totems have 4 million each, pretty much 3.5 million each, so... So you guys are saying it's like totally fine to pull this water elemental with all these extra mobs that are up next time? I guess with revival too. Because if so, we can pull that off, then that'll give us enough time to pull that trash without having any real concern. What? How did that not aggro? This looks like an upgrade. Hope nothing goes wrong. Me too. Revival now would be a good time. Yep, there you go. Perfect. Well, you just jinxed it. What's that guy doing? Why would you say that? Yeah, well, now that we're not invis potting, like, not really sure what could go wrong at this point. We're gonna be over count, but like, unless somebody just DCs it. Pretty much the only thing that could go wrong. I jinxed it too? I don't think I jinxed it. Oh wait, you're fine. 2 jinxes cancel each other out. Oh wait, do they really? What the fuck? I think Metro's jinx unjinxes Jordan's jinx. Yes! Holy shit, you guys are right! Holy fuck! Yeah, we're good! This is it!
3, 2, 1.
Saying what could go wrong is reckless? No, not if 2 people say it. We just talked about this. Somebody else say it quickly. Jinx used Blizzard. Wrong game, yeah. I'm not an astrophysicist, but this is looking good. Oh, I know that. This is actually like looking like Faxy's key, where it's like multiple minutes over time, or under time. And we didn't even have to do any crazy pulling. We just had like bonkers ass DPS and very few deaths. We wasted a lust too. It's crazy. What could go right? Well, actually, to be honest, like we didn't even waste a lust. Well done, Bliss. Thank you so much for confirming this. And we kill him at the same time. Look at that fucking pro play, guys. This is the best group we've been in. We had really good groups today, actually. Really good groups today. This can't be anything other than an upgrade. Aug is just that good. Aug is good. That is pretty rare in a pug. Yeah, this whole group's very good. You can't see what could go wrong, but you can see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. High Five Guy, that's the new name. Welcome. I don't know anything about Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Like I'm not sure I've ever even had it.
3, 2, 1.
At the start of a new season, do you study up on the mechanics or just jump in? Pretty much just jump in, yeah. 99% of the time it works out like without any hitch, but unfortunately this season, since I had never even entered Fall or Rise before, it was pretty scary. Now stop being an alpha mount and do the dirt here, and it's GG. Alright. It's the best cereal to ever exist. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's still cereal. That's like saying Frank's brand manure is the best manure to ever exist. Yeah, but it's still fertilizer.
3, 2.
It's not magically delicious. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, definitely not. You're right about that. Dude's acting like Raisin Bran doesn't even exist. I hated doing pre-Mythic Plus scaled down, but it drilled the mechanics into my brain. Yeah, no doubt. Scaled down is what you said, not down. I definitely was at a massive disadvantage those first few weeks in those dungeons. I can't wait to see the overall here. These guys like absolute blitz this key. Only cereal that isn't the GOAT is Captain Crunch. If it doesn't severely cut the roof of my mouth, then I don't want it. That's a very interesting way to put it.
The waters are cleansed, drinking their power.
Beware.
Cereal is F tier breakfast. Cereal is F tier everything. Yeah, so 3 minutes left. That's really good. Well, so much for this key. Just blew the doors off it. This was a good culmination of everything we had learned over the last 2 weeks in this dungeon. If you die on Azamat, you are trolls, not if I leave the group.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so 3 minutes plus, right? Pretty crazy. After all that time, we finally got it. 33-10. Hooray. That may be where Fortified Week goes to die, but at least we got it all done. Mystery Monk was insane. Source, I'm the Mystery Monk. Murmur, yeah, you fucking crushed it, man. That was awesome. That was like the best key I've ran in a very long time. GG Metro, thanks man. Watch that overall, mate. Yeah, dude, 380k from the Warlock. Wow. It was fun to watch. That was a great one. Oh, that guy's, well, that guy's 3554. I guess that's why we did so well. But yeah, fuck it. I'm not complaining. How can I see your talent below? I mean, you can always go to the guy's Radar.io page. 94k overall from Mistweaver. Yep, that guy really did work too. Everybody did great. I don't know if that was all a group of friends or something like that. I always start the stream last time. Always that key. Grats. Gotcha. Alright, finally put that one in the books. So we have all 25 now on Fortified. Now we're just waiting on Tyrannical. How quickly does Radar.io update? I don't know, but I doubt it's not. You think he's changing like all his talents every key? 3 upgrades today. What a day. Yeah. Doing what I can to help the Warlock stat. Oh, you were the Warlock? Oh, that was certainly above and beyond. Thank you. If you run the client Radar update in real time. Oh, yeah. Alright, so we got Monk, Demon Hunter, Warlock, and Evoker. Hooray! Even if it was a bit of a carry, I guess. At least it's over. Now we can just try to get Rise. I really want to see Rise. This would be the last key for the day if we can get in a Rise. Throne 25. No longer need it. Probably just gonna chill and wait on a Rise because that's like, I don't really. I mean, unless there's another 26 that we need, but don't really want to do another 25 of a key that we've already done now at this rate. Run it back, Throne 25. I'm not. I legitimately think that'll be the last time I go in there unfortified. What if Blizzard were able to make the key tuning based off the last season key score? I don't even know what that means. I mean, I guess we can sign up to that, but I don't. That seems like a waste of time. It's just like straight up Rise. That's literally just those 2 keys. Alright, I guess we'll sign up, even though that's probably not going to go well. Feels good to be in. Feels good to have that key upgraded. Finally. That was like a weight off our back right there, man. That hit. How many disbands of that did we have in a row? Let's look at the stats here. Well, we had a lot of completions, but. Well, we did upgrade it on 24. That was last week. But other than that, the last time we upgraded it was December 15th. That's pretty wild. Let's see the stats. Yeah, it was like 25 disbands in a row, or 25 non-upgrades in a row. Throne of the Tides is now the new upper Karazhan. Although it's really not actually even that bad. It's not even our worst key right now. Murazan's Rise is way better, way worse. I actually have a bunch of keys that are well over 50% disband rate. But hey, another Rise. Should be a no deplete reward system. So if you fail timer, you can run it back with no deplete. But if you time it, the Panda Lady should be there and you should be able to choose what dungeon you get. That would help the low-end practice keys, and it would help the title pushers not have to re-roll keys all day long, and they can choose what key they need for score. Well, I first of all, I love your ideas. Second of all, I don't think Blizzard wants them to choose what key they need for score. But I don't necessarily agree that they shouldn't want that. But I do agree with the rest of the idea, definitely. no depleting would solve so many issues. Just because, like, the big issue right now is people being selfish, and that selfishness hurting the progression of somebody else, like their key going backwards. So at worst, like, just make keys not go backwards, and then at least if the guy leaves the key, you don't get fucked. At that rate, I would definitely do my own key a lot more if I knew my key wasn't going to go backwards. Oh, we got another celebrity in the chat, Mex. In the key. I guess Blizzard wants us doing keys all day. Yeah, to be fair, that's definitely what they want. Especially the people who are trying to push, like, absolute bleeding edge. Key should have 3 lives, so you have to fail your key multiple times before it depletes. So my solution to that is currency that you get after every dungeon, regardless of if it's upgraded or not. You get the same amount. It'd be only based on the timer, or I mean on the level. So say you get 1 currency, and then if you do a 25, you get 25 of the currency, you know? So anyway, and then you put a low amount of the currency into your key to re-roll it. And maybe in this situation, we talk about picking the dungeon, since we're not talking about that, but I don't know about that. Medium amount of currency to protect your keystone. So that would be probably what the bulk of the players would end up choosing. And then I've also dabbled with the idea of a high amount of the currency to upgrade your keystone. Obviously, you wouldn't get score from it, but it would go from a 25 to a 26, for example. And I think what that does is then it convinces players that no longer is only upgrading keys valuable. Now they can actually just complete keys and do keys that aren't in time all day and actually do something with their key for progression. Like, imagine if you had like 10 charges of a tall 25. You're guaranteed you're upgrading that key, you know? So you can put all your currency into a key that you really, really want to upgrade and pretty much guarantee yourself an upgrade. Or you have a key that you don't need. Well, you can put a low amount of currency in to keep re-rolling it, or you can just upgrade it, and now maybe you need that key. So that would heavily encourage players to do other people's keys, heavily encourage players to do keys through completion no matter what. And they get these points for sticking around and doing off-time keys. Literally any upgraded key, or any finished key, yeah, whether it's upgraded or not. Anyway, I think that each dungeon should reward the key of that dungeon you finished. Now that's an idea somebody brought up a long time ago, but yeah, obviously they're not doing that, but I like the idea of it being like an individual dungeon and you can just choose which dungeon you want. Having an empowered keystone system sounds like a great idea. Not sure why they haven't approached it. I don't either, but like I said, I'm more than willing. Like, Blizzard, I'll give you that idea for free. I won't sue you like fucking Quest Helper did. It's your idea. Just put it in the game. Happy to consult. Happy to help with anything I can with all these years of experience in pugging. But yeah, that would definitely be like, that would be the ultimate solution to this problem. People talk about lever, punishment. People talk about keys not downgrading. People talk about all these things. But in reality, like, the only way to solve this problem is to convince the people who leave keys that they should stop leaving keys. And that's the clearest way to do it. Make it so upgrading keys is not the only way you can progress. Is there a release date for Season 4? No. Tabitha Mole, welcome. LFG titles would be grinding currency, quick runs, let's go. And that, and so what you may not have maybe even heard but thought about fully is you would be encouraging people to grind high keys. Because if you say need 25 of a currency to re-roll your key, let's just say like it's going to be 1 times the key level for the low amount, 2 times the currency for the middle amount, and 3 times the currency for the high amount. So if you have a 25, you can just go run a 25 and get that, you know what I mean? So it would encourage you to do 3 25s to then augment your own 25. And it would get people to churn out keys more and more and more, which is another weird problem in the system where people are not even running keys on some weeks. This would coincidentally also fix that. There wouldn't be like this worry about a push week. Well, it doesn't need to be a push week. Now it's just a farm week. And you just go farm keys and then save it for next week. And you know, ride all that currency that you got the 1 week and bring it into the next week. I think I mentioned this a few days back, but it's certainly odd that there has essentially been no adjustments to the Mythic Plus system since its release. They haven't changed the system, but I mean, they've changed the fixes and everything a million times. But yeah, the actual way the system works, it is weird. I think the reroll system is good, but people kind of already reroll their own key by running ADs. Yeah, and so I would recommend Blizzard removes that feature and then just adds that into the currency. And it would be a lot easier to do with the currency, and it would be a lot more like gameplay oriented. The currency for the gear upgrades that we have right now is awful. There's no way a 16 rewards the same amount of crests as a 26. Yeah, you could even use that as the same currency at this point. I'm fine with that. Because then what that does is, like, in the beginning of the season, then that's really making your decisions matter. Like, should I use it to protect my key, or should I just use it to upgrade my gear, you know? I mean, the core foundation of the system. Yeah, I agree. Start a series called Day of the White Shirt. You'd be on day number, all those things. Gotcha. That was not clever at all, honestly. I usually say it's clever, but that was actually really stupid of you to say that. Considering yesterday I wore a black shirt. Alright. Probably gonna take that priest, I guess, and then... Oh, I guess not. We'll be back with more tomorrow, but today I'm gonna do Rise, and then that's gonna be it. This reminds me of when Keystones literally would deplete and go gray. And I actually am fine with that system. Like, you could even implement that system back. And then just make them, like, now the currency is used to replete them. I think that would be fine too, you know what I mean? Instead of protect them, just make it replete them. Like, make it so they don't go away ever. But when you fail one, it gets in that depleted state. And you now need to replete it with either the currency or by upgrading it. They nerfed Rise Trash this week, right? Yeah, they nerfed a lot of stuff. I feel like people would no life plus 2 keys for the whole week at the beginning of the season. I don't think so. It would require an enormous amount of currency to do that, right? Like, if you have a 30, you would need to do 15 twos just to re-roll it. So, I mean, yeah, if you want to do 1,000 twos or something like that, maybe. But either way, you can also just make it so, you know, the currency is capped. Like, I'm sure they would do that. If they took my idea, I'm sure they would make the currency capped so you can only re-roll or upgrade the key once a week or something like that, you know? Or they could say if you have finished a certain X number of dungeon of, say, 15, that level would be unlocked for good. I like your idea, but I don't think Blizzard's ever going to consider that. Faxi has an idea that's somewhat similar. It's kind of like adjacent to that idea, and I like that. Bring that up now. Basically, once you've established yourself at a certain level of your key, the key doesn't go down past that level. So I thought, when he brought that up the first time, I thought what would have worked best is if you have all 25s in time, your key never goes below 25. But that's a little sketchy because obviously keys aren't very well balanced. But yeah, the other idea that he has, like the more direct idea, is that whatever you get out of the vault is what you have for good for that week. And so last week we brought that up, and then people were like, lol, then people would just buy 30s. And it's like, I mean, okay, but anyway, they can just turn it back so it's the highest key you upgraded that week instead of how it is now, where it's the highest key regardless. But yeah, I like that idea one way or the other. A lot of good ideas out there. Blizzard just gotta do any of them and I'd be happy. Blizzard has been moving to move in the opposite direction of your ideas, Metro. It used to be you can complete an untimed key and still get points. We're not talking about score. You're talking about score. We're talking about actual levers, which they have already said that they want to address the problem one way or the other, so we'll see how it goes. The currency idea is great, but I don't see them putting a lot of thought into it, since we have something similar with gear right now, and it's not great. There's no thought needed. It's just 3 things. I already did the thought part. I'm currently interested to see what they have in mind. Me too. The dungeon events where you get an extra loot at the end of the dungeon feels the best. I realized I play the most during those weeks. You still need loot from Mythic Zero? Alright, last key of the day. I want to end on a high note, but I didn't want to end so early that... It's great for alts, is it? I don't know, I just do Mythic Plus on alts, man. It's so easy to gear up now. It's like a waste of time doing low gear stuff. The problem is that the majority of people, like 99.0% of people, can't touch a 30 key. That's not a problem, no. Maybe you misunderstood why I brought that up. Who wants to jinx this one? Alright, nerfed key this week. Let's get it. This guy wants to jinx it. What? Whoever said the currency gear system is bad is just wrong. The crest system is great. Well, the reason he said... You might have missed what he said before. The reason he said that was because he doesn't like how it doesn't go up. How are we going to do the first pull? Skipping? Well, how would we skip? Does this guy think it's fall? He might think it's fall. Why would not being able to touch a 30 be a problem? Yeah, I have no idea. You can invis past everything in the maiden and hero. Oh, really? I've never even... Yeah, nobody's even brought that up to me before. Why would you invis past it? I don't get it. You mean like pull it with the maiden? I just do that anyway.
2, 1.
Why would... What, you just want to lust the maiden with the 2 mobs next to it? Is that what you're saying? I'd rather pull all of it and lust. Oops. No, you pull things around her into it. I mean, I can do that normally. Like, we don't need the lust, or we don't need an invis for that. But I don't really feel like it's worth it on Sanguine Week. 2-match healing potential. One of my buds is done for the season because he geared up all his tune. And he only plays to get loot. Oh, yeah. Oh, or you can pull it with the boss. Then that's an interesting idea. That's a lot more interesting. What is so good about the crest system we have now? I think most people would agree that it's like just infinitely better than what we had before, which was nothing. But yeah, I don't really have any issues with the crest system. The crest system is just pointless after the first few weeks of the season, so that's why I like to say that like you can just use the crest system for the currency idea that I have. Beware. I goofed on my Ring of Peace on that strat this week, and he did the soak circle on top of Sanguine straight to full HP. Yeah, that's Sanguine's complicated in this area a lot, so I'm just gonna chill it and we'll see what this timer looks like.
Beware. 3, 2, 1.
Has anybody done it and experienced like wildly different results than previously? Valor was okay temporarily, but it quickly became a bad system. Valor was just not gonna work because of the fact that you can farm it from easy ass low keys. See, that's what you want to avoid. You do not want people farming low keys. Or like gear upgrades on high keys. Nice freeze there that guy just did. There's the mage shit people talking about, although that guy's fire. Why would he frost over that mob?
3, 2, 1. Beware.
Just go run as many 2s as possible for bonus valor. It was so boring, yeah.
Beware.
Is there a reason you only pug and don't meet good players to run with regularly? Yeah, just because it's more fun. You get a lot of crests from low keys, but they're the wrong crests. That's why the system's solid, because it actually has to be the right crests. Spamming 2 quarter stars all day. You still have people farming low crest or worm crest and aspect crests? Aspect crests? How do they get them from low? What, because they can turn them up or whatever?
Beware.
I would consider 16 a low key. Oh, well, okay, but that's just because the season's so easy, right? Like, that's just a coincidence. Yeah, that's not. That has nothing to do with the system. If you look at the reward structure, like 20 is the max, so yeah, I get why you'd say that, but like, what do you want them to change? Make it only 20? I was talking about 2s, obviously. There's a big difference between a 2 and a 16.
Beware.
The higher up you go, the more crests you should get. Yeah, see, but they don't want that because there's a cap on them. I think they should have more cosmetic rewards for higher rating. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. You do not want... Oh shit, wow, I almost got knocked out. You do not want players doing a really hard content only for cosmetic rewards. That would be awful. And then you'd have a bunch of like collection heroes out there just fucking blasting 25 trying to get shit. At least you know everybody who does a 25 right now is doing it because they care about progression. Well, some of them make you question that, but you know at the heart of it, at least they have some desire to progress. They need to increase the Flightstone gain. Yeah, I really disagree, or I really do agree with the Flightstones being a big issue this season. I have no idea why you get so few of them, and I have no idea why the cap is so low. You need mythic gear from keys like season 2. What does that mean?
Beware. Beware.
To emphasize completions, it'd be neat if you unlocked a vault slot. You gain a charge. If after you involve a vault slot, you gain a charge of a reroll. So your first, fourth, and eighth key completed, you get a free key reroll. That's an interesting idea. I've not heard somebody bring that up, but I don't think like why is that better than my system? Having a limited amount is just worse than having a infinite amount if you play a lot. But if they did want to go that route and they didn't want to use my currency system, then I would totally, I would be in favor of that. If max gear reward is 20, there's little to no incentive for people to push above that. Cosmetics would bring more players to the pool to push, and that's what I'm saying. We do not want people pushing just for cosmetics. They have to want to do hard content. If the content's too hard for them to do this shit and just fuck around and hope that they get something from it. You do not want your average like 16 player doing a 25, I promise you that. That's a recipe for disaster. Hey Stroman, what's up buddy, welcome. Not about the cosmetics, more about in-game milestones. There's nothing between Keystone Hero and rank 1. Either way, I'm fine with how it is in that front. I think there's plenty of reasons to do keys. People have to want to do them. I mean, the number one reason is it's fun, right? So, like, if you need more incentive than that, then honestly, I don't really support that. If you're doing keys for something other than I enjoy doing the content and it's difficult and it's challenging and it's making me a better person and a better player, then I don't really want to play with that person, honestly.
My blows are infinite.
I mean, not every step of the way in game has to have a reward, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's, you're over gamifying a system that is meant to be about challenge and overcoming that. So I just don't support that because I don't want people doing something purely because they think they need to get a reward from it to complete some out of game, you know, like some collection thing.
Beware.
I do like your currency idea. I just don't have faith that Blizzard would enable something so rewarding and that the vault slot might be a middle road. Yeah, honestly, you might be right. And again, if so, then I would totally favor your idea. That's a very interesting idea. But unfortunately, it would require a little bit more than maybe your initial thought would offer because, you know, then again, you're talking about just doing 2s and then you'd get 8 2s done and you'd have everything unlocked, so there would need to be multiple tiers of it at best.
Beware.
Only 19% of players currently have Keystone Hero, and that's inflated because the season is easier than it's ever been. A lot of people don't realize that we are the non-casuals. We are watching WoW and playing WoW. Lots of people never reach Keystone Hero, and their goal is to just time a 16. Yeah, no, absolutely. I know a lot of people who don't really have any aspiration to do what we're doing. Bringing cosmetics into the conversation is a double-edged sword. Maybe some players will get better in order to get those cosmetics, and some will hope to get carried. Yeah, it'll just create a bigger imbalance between the haves and the have-nots when it comes to the skill that's needed to upgrade a key. There is not a single negative to include more rewards. Just by saying it that way, doesn't make it right, buddy. Hate to tell you that. Pretty sure I laid out my thoughts on it pretty well, so if you disagree with them, that's fair, but...
Slow us down a bit. Time to get speedy.
Oh, goddamn it. Good point, Metro. Your currency idea is definitely an elegant solution in terms of... Yeah. And I'm really glad that people are brainstorming it and talking about it a lot, because this is how we get the change to happen. But just be aware, like, I've been thinking about this since fucking Legion, you know what I mean? So if you guys are new to the conversation, that's awesome, because we need more people involved in the conversation in the first place. But, yeah, I've been thinking about it a really fucking long time, and this is the best solution I've come up with, so. My goal is to get 2K, then hop on alts. Only done it 3 times. Oh, no, you would definitely get 2K. 2K is a joke right now. I never really understood the word casual is tied to bad. Yeah, it's just those types of wild colloquialisms that develop over time. It's just like mechanic, you know what I mean? We were talking about that at the beginning of the stream. People have like different definitions of what these words mean, and it makes the conversation on the topic really hard to understand. My buddy at work plays and is always asking me what's the point of pushing as high as I do. Yeah, just straight up tell him, just for fun. Same reason people run ultra marathons and shit. Like, you do it to challenge yourself, not for a reward. My fear is Blizzard just has left Mythic Plus to it. It's not broken, so we don't need to fix it area. That's how it was, and I want to put faith in them that them saying that they want to try to fix the lever situation means that they realize that that was folly and that they're ready to move on.
Beware.
My goal is to do the key level that gives the best weekly reward, so just doing 18, so yeah, no doubt. Everybody's got different goals, don't feel bad about that.
Time waves are even twistier than before.
3, 2, 1. Beware.
You know for a fact though that Blizzard's solution to fixing levers will be something like increasing flight stones. I don't know that for a fact now. Nobody does really. But the thing that you're probably not thinking about is that like Blizzard has been like overly listening to the community recently. They've like basically made it their business model. Like, we're not even gonna make this game anymore. We're just gonna let you guys tell us what to do, and then we'll do it. So now is the time for this conversation. And that's why I made the video I did about the people leaving keys because they think they need to in order to protect their Raider IO stats. Like, that's a loophole, and that should not be allowed. Like, that's cheating, right? So like, that's, you know, that conversation, I was really hoping that that was going to be a serious conversation, but for some reason, like, the video just got like totally derailed where people just like weren't even, like, not even remotely talking about the topic at hand. I was really hoping that that was going to become a big conversation, because like if you force Blizzard's hand on that, it solves so many problems. And it really, like, I think if you see it that way and you see like people are actually cheating at their own progression, then it's pretty obvious that that needs to be changed, like regardless of why other reasons, like what other reasons exist already for it not to be like that. Like the term mob. People say mobs, but wouldn't the group of monsters just be a mob? Yeah, I don't, like, those words originated in other video games. Like, that was like a, what was the previous game that everybody played from WoW? EverQuest? That was like an EverQuest word, right? So I don't even know, like, what those words mean.
Like this.
I wish I could just delete my score sometimes. Because I play Rest of Good, and sometimes I just want to play Bombkin, people get disappointed when I suck at Bombkin. I gotta just make a second character if you're really that worried about it, right? Oh, really? That's unfortunate.
3, 2, 1.
POV is short for mobile. It's from MUDs. Mobile. What does that mean? What does that mean? You have to open both portals, yes. I definitely think like a solo queue thing is on the table too. Solo queue was like wildly asked for, and it was now very popular still. I definitely that's probably far more likely than anything at this point, because we've already seen them do it in PvP and it worked. And that could be why now of all times Blizzard's like, yeah, we're considering something, because they already have the idea that they would want to implement it and just waiting to implement it. After years of them being like, nope, nothing, shut up, don't ask.
Be ready for anything.
2, 1.
Ah, that's too dangerous. People seem to love the solo shuffle. Yeah, and it was like one of the most like asked for things ever in WoW. Now people blame death, solo shuffle for the death of normal arena. Well, they're right to do it, to be honest. That's what would happen with Mythic Plus too if they did that. That's what I'm saying. Like if they did that, it's going to require a lot of work, because they're going to have to completely change how keystones work as well. The top-rated players in shuffle have to wait hours for the queue to pop because there are no healers. So yeah, well, that's probably not going to change in Mythic Plus either. I mean, that's kind of how it is here. I can bet solo Mythic Plus queue, the group finder will take 40 minutes to find a healer or tank. Why? Unless you're a healer, the solo shuffle is a nightmare. You lose rating for winning. Well, that's just because of how arena works. I don't expect them to change the way score works just because there's a solo shuffle thing. Or maybe they would.
The Horde and Alliance are fighting?
Yeah, I definitely think that's like the most likely thing they would do. Outside of some like social system where you like have to like be good teammates and vote for somebody or something like that. Like that sounds like some California bullshit. I could see them doing that too.
2, 1.
But in terms of like a gameplay system, I would definitely imagine that that is their thinking on the solution.
Beware.
Solo queue Mythic Plus would be a nightmare. Why? Yeah, like you gotta think of it like when I say California bullshit, like you gotta think of it from their perspective. Like it's possible that they want to fix this just because of how many social problems it's causing the game. Like it's possible that they genuinely don't care about the actual system improving as a PUG player, which would be pretty logical given their previous years of their stance. Like they have not ever cared about pugging in Mythic Plus before. So it's possible their interests in fixing this are purely to get people to stop fighting with each other, you know? But anyway, who knows? Arena has been horrible. You can beat somebody and get 3 points, and they beat you and you get 28. Yeah, and that's just the matchmaking rating that's awful, but again, score works, and I don't see them changing that, but maybe. I just had a tank get one shot and 25 air bloom on the second pull, and then he went offline. Yeah, that's a pretty tough dungeon. We'll see what happens, but it's probably going to be big. Mythic Plus is now the worst it's ever been for PUG. We'll see it. Hopefully it will be big. Hopefully. So literally though, it doesn't even like, I don't give a fuck. Any change would be nice. I really don't care what they even do. As long as they do something that in good faith will potentially help the lever situation, I am totally fine with it. Literally don't care how they solve it, as long as they do something. Because it's years of inactivity that's caused this problem. Just like you see with buffs and nerfs in classes, like all it takes this community is a little bit, and then people will be like, oh, actually it's not worth leaving anymore. It's now theoretically better to finish keys. And then people are like, all right, lol, why would you ever leave? You know what I mean? Like, that's all it takes is this community, some bullshit like math hive mind, and all of a sudden people are changing the way they play the game. You should just full send it. If you leave a key, you're banned permanently. So you gotta re-level. Hardcore keys? Oh shit. That could be it. Classic hardcore was popular. Hardcore keys. If you die, your character's deleted. You're not allowed to do a key on it again. That would be huge. I mean, it's wild that being the first to leave a key doesn't result in a deserter debuff. It's not, you gotta just think about it from a non-pug perspective. Like, everybody who says that, you're only thinking about pugs. What happens if the 5 people aren't pugs and the guy wants to leave, like, and everybody's fine with it, you know what I mean? Like, that's why there's unlikely to ever be a system that punishes leavers, unless they make a separate system for pugging. Like we were talking about with solo queue, like if that's the new pug system, and then yeah, then there will obviously be some kind of there'll be some kind of penalty for leaving in that system. Why did we not lust? Solution: more gear and crest drop when you don't time a key. You get more score for out of time keys than you do in time keys. There you go, problem solved. People did that in season 1. Remember Nawo? But I'm like, there's too many conversations happening in the chat. I can't pay attention to them all and understand them. Just had a vote to disband system, and like I said, that would require a pug, like a new system for queuing up. Because currently, right now, there's no rules about forming the group, so there would need to be rules about forming the group before there can be rules about leaving the group. Hardcore Plus. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Hardcore Mythic Plus, yeah. That might be it, man. That might be their way to do it. With a queue-like system, then we could have systems to support it. I think, like I said, I really do think that's the most likely thing they do. So start thinking about what it might look like, because I think it's very possible. Could spin up a UI where the key holder can force and run, end run required. Yeah, they won't do that unless there's rules about forming the group. Like I said, because right now you can literally enter it as a solo player. So it's like not, yeah, they won't do that unless there's rules that every key must have 5 players, every key must have these things, blah blah blah, and every person has an equal chance to get in as everybody else. When they do that, then there'll be rules about leaving the key too. But that won't happen until that happens. So. Maybe if all 5 people in a complete party just walk out of the dungeon, I wouldn't even. Like, you guys are overthinking about it. Like, honestly, there's not ever going to be a punishment unless there's a solo queue system, and that's just how it's going to be. So, if there's a solo queue system, then immediately the punishments, like, then it just solves all the problems, because then you're like actually locked in like normal dungeons.
Beware. 3, 2, 1.
I can imagine the toxicity if 4 people vote and 1 doesn't. And that already happens in other games. It's like a big issue, but like I said, like we were saying a couple weeks ago, it's better than nothing. And these weird like bend over backward situations where people are talking about like, yeah, like here we immediately you have somebody proving me right about this. Any vote or surrender system can be abused. You can look at League or Smite or any game like that. Yeah, but it's still better than nothing. That's what we're talking about. Currently, we have nothing, and it's a complete fucking disaster, so. One guy in the WoW forum suggested an interesting idea. You get a currency if you finish the key. Did they steal my idea? If players are toxic, then they're already toxic. It doesn't take a solo queue system to bring that out of them. Yep. What Dota does is low prio mode where you end up AFK leavers and toxic people. Sure, but then nothing changes and we just have an extra system added. No, it definitely changes. Most players are not like that, that's what I'm saying. Most people are not like truly sociopaths. They're stuck into this weird mindset where they think they need to leave keys because it's somehow beneficial to them. Did the mage release? Yeah, taking all the timer changes away with one mistake. Any solutions I've seen people come with seem to have more cons than pros. Yeah, the only one that seems to work in my eyes is the system I've devised with the currency. Because not a lot of people are looking to solve the problem this way, and I think you have to look that way. You have to give people incentive to stay more than give people incentive to upgrade. That's the only way you fix this problem. The people who leave aren't leaving because they're like suddenly unaware of what time it is, or you know, like all this other shit that like you might leave or you might be in a rush to do something for. They're leaving because they only care about upgrading keys. So that needs to stop in order to solve this problem. It's the only way it fully gets fixed. Okay, I guess I'm just not gonna do my ad. Does your system come along with solo queue? No, it wouldn't work with solo queue at all.
Beware.
It would be for the current system as it is right now. Just make Mythic Plus leavers need to rerun the key they just left with new awful AI players.
Beware.
The mage just wasted 2 free minutes by releasing mid-res. Yeah, so I say, well, we may not be able to see the timer now, but if we do upgrade it with that guy being AFK for that time, then yeah, that really tells you how easy the timer is.
Beware.
We'll call it gulag. Yeah, that's a popular thing. Right? Like in other games, Call of Duty or some shit. Hello, Mythic Plus Q sounds like the most hilariously chaotic idea ever. It probably would be very similar to however solo queue PvP works, and I assume that's the same way, but yeah.
It was supposed to be my time.
Mythic Plus solo queue sounds sketchy on surface level, but it seems like something that would sort itself out after a season or two. Yeah, obviously, like, it'd probably be not well received at first, but the big reason that solo queue has a roadblock in my eyes is because the current keystone system would not support it. Like, nobody would use their key, you know what I mean? Like, so they would have to change the whole way the system works, and I don't know if they're going to want to do that.
Could have been friends in another time. She did have great hair. A little heavy on the eyeliner, though.
It does look like we have an upgrade in front of us here, though. Very few things aren't hated on release, but then people come around and work with what they got, yeah. It's just because, like, people in this world that we live in now are, like, super scared of change and any type of challenge at all, really. So when they have to actually, like, work to figure something new out, it's, like, immediately disliked. Could someone not volunteer their key for extra IO upgrade? I don't think that would be healthy for the system, no, but I guess they could do that, yeah. It's possible. I don't think like any situation where you get extra IO over somebody else is something that they should be considered, though.
Well, here goes nothing.
Morazon shall rise. Beware.
Alright, well, this pack is always very dangerous. So nobody interrupts.
Can you handle this?
How long is the last boss on Fort? I don't know. They changed a bunch of it, so we'll see. Okay, nobody's gonna interrupt that one. You have the legendary axe now. We're voting 330. We'll see, I guess. We'll have less though. 2-4. Don't forget. That's if we get there. Probably gonna wipe this bag. Yep. Where did we lust? We lusted on the boss, I guess, right? Kill it. Well, that one's dead at least. Oh, now fucking Sanguine though. These mobs being cleaved evenly is, yeah, that's always happens on this pull. Well, honestly, if you interrupted instead of fucking AFK Evoker, then we wouldn't have wiped the first time. So we're now. Will someone leave? I'm not convinced it is, to be honest. But yeah, it probably is. Just... Hopefully not, because I really want to see what the full run looks like after 28 deaths. These guys keep running back just to die. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of options. Like, other than me die too, there's no real good solution there. They need to just try to stay together, but they take damage no matter where you are in that room.
We face enemies above and below.
Everyone, the Infinites are here, and we must stop them. You have to trust me. Now, we have to face the Infinites together this time. They're the black glowy dragons in the ravine.
Very well, little dragon. My friends, with me.
Wrong door? What door?
We face them together.
Should have came back as a group with Zeph running. Yeah, exactly. The major least killed the key. I mean, we got 28 deaths, so it's hard to blame it on that. But yeah, obviously that was a really big mistake on his part. What was he? He was like mad that people were calling him out on it too, wasn't he? Yeah, cats went off because you didn't interrupt. Even worse. Yeah, that's correct. So you're AFK like every other evoker out there.
Beware.
I think if you had 2 minutes right now, you would have upgraded it. It definitely was not a full 2 minutes, so that guy was not AFK that long.
Beware. Second slow. Cease your act. Come, my infinite.
My thanks, champion.
He was dead for a good minute. Definitely, he was dead for a good amount, yeah. We'll take a look at it after the feed. But obviously, again, like 28 deaths. Hard to be like, that guy releasing is the reason we wiped. Or failed. A little bit of both, obviously, but... Don't have 3 full wipes to trash, basically. Had a tank yesterday not moved this boss at all. Just tanked him against a wall while we scrambled to kill the keepers. Oh, you gotta record the runs. Record them. Oh, we need that footage. Holy shit, man. It's still timeable if we just crit more. I don't think it works like that. This is going on YouTube. I wish it was. We don't have the footage. How is the timer? I see the group isn't good, but still notice anything? I mean, it does feel pretty lenient considering we had 28 deaths and it's not like totally blown out. Usually if you have like 10 deaths, it's like, yeah, not even close. But it's impossible to say because if you didn't see the key, this guy died like right before we were about to fight Chromie and then just releases when he could have just easily been rezzed. I basically have like no idea because he basically just gave away all the free time by running back. Rise is a key where you just say GG and go next. Well, that's what we're trying to figure out if that needs to still be the case after the changes. It doesn't seem like it is. Again, 28 deaths, like literally. Yeah, like, you know, that's why Hero was saying like just one less small mistake and we upgrade the key. If they just actually interrupted, if the evoker actually interrupted the mob, it would have died, even if they all released and then they wouldn't have chain died twice coming back, you know, stuff like that. So it doesn't look like it's a key that people should be giving up on anymore, honestly. That's a big part of the problem. Like, you've kind of just exemplified the real issue with the problem right now because nobody actually tries, so nobody knows exactly how much time you have to spend in the dungeon before it's completely undoable. If you gave up on the first pack of the dungeon, then you're never going to know how lenient it actually is. Yeah, we only missed it by less than 2 minutes, so yeah. The comments about the mage running back are not unfounded. Let's take a look at the facts though on that. I want to see exactly how long he was dead and how long we waited for him. Because we'll have a better understanding of what the timer changed after that. Without last pack wipe, we would have timed it. Oh, yeah, obviously. We would have timed it easily. Yeah, obviously Mech's DPS is a big outlier there too, maybe, but... Can you show the interrupt number? Sure. There you go. How much time was the last boss? Another great question. 3 minutes 31. So yeah, you guys were almost exactly right. I'm looking at Gorehal like, oh, hello. Oh, well, I got it years ago now at this point. We got it like the first week of the season. But yeah, we're going to take a look at how long it took that guy to run back after we get this on the sheet. He said something. I gotta see what he said because he was like frustrated with it. Zunkin, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I got Gorehal from the vault. Oh, sweet. And that's it for keys too. So love your videos, John. Thanks, man. I appreciate you saying that. Okay, let's go and take a look at this. Let's get in the sheet. And then we'll be back tomorrow. Actually, normal time tomorrow. We don't have anything I need to do in the afternoon tomorrow, so normal time, but Thursday is normally a lot earlier start. Anyway, Rise 25, completion. And Mage. Okay, let's take a look at what we had here. Those mini bosses felt so much better to go through. They were definitely way quicker. I agree with that. When he got called out for releasing, he deflected by getting onto the other guy for dying in the previous boss fight. Is that what happened? Okay. Where are we at here? This boss was a complete fucking mess too. I don't understand what happened here. I think Tyrannical Rise will really be better with these changes. Yeah, I think you're right. This is a dungeon that gets a lot easier on Tyrannical now with those changes. Especially the first boss, the shield being so much smaller. Alright. Okay, so he dies at 11:30. Stays dead, obviously. He should have released if he was going to release, obviously, but yeah, he stays dead, which is the right play to stay dead and get battle rezzed, or get rezzed. We have no battle res at the moment, so we can't use that. Was Bombkin And I don't know how not to die on battlefield. Oh, you were in the group? Yeah, I don't know either. I wasn't really paying attention to how you guys did. Okay, and then he releases at 11:0, 11:01 basically. So he died at 11:30, released at 30 seconds later. And then you said you released, are you real? He took the res when I gave it to the healer. Oh, that's an interesting mistake though, to be fair. A lot of people don't understand that there's a res that only healed one person. I was resing healer, not you. Bro, come on. Yeah, that's an interesting mistake there. That's like a noob mistake there. Changes? Oh, I missed something. Yeah, they nerfed the dungeon in a strange way though, so we don't know exactly how much easier it is. He goes, bro, stop typing. You just insta-died in the last boss. Chill. Hard to disagree with the stop typing comment, but yeah, I mean, you're pretty fucked up. And so he comes back on that side, and then we pull the boss at 10 minutes. So it was only 1 full minute that we lost by him releasing. Even if he, even if you want to count the 11:30 element, then it's not even a minute and a half. And so we missed the key by how much? 2 minutes. So yeah. Inclusive. I've done this before with the mage did, a long time ago. Yeah, it's not a good feeling, I bet. You think you're gonna get a mass res, but you gotta pay attention to that, obviously. Alright, so anyway, that's it for today, guys. Another great day today, I would say. We actually got a lot of score today, which is really surprising given yesterday. Up to 3.3 finally, 3.310, so yeah. Thankful for the help in the throne, and then yeah, we'll see, maybe tomorrow we get back to it and get some more, but maybe that, yeah, we're coming to the end of it, I feel like. So anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one.